The City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for November 7th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Philseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka. For the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. So our first item tonight is a special order of the day, which is a proclamation honoring Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. And that is on November 8th, 2022. And I've asked Vice Mayor Koo if she would read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. This is the proclamation for Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day, November 8, 2022. Whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state depend upon law enforcement records and support personnel to provide them with vital services. And whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are crucial to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspected lawbreakers. And whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience to assist in tracking felons, maintaining criminal statistics, and improving apprehension strategies. And whereas the California Law Enforcement Association of Records Supervisors held its 49th Annual Training and Technology Conference on October 3 through 7, 2022. And whereas it is important to recognize the City of Palo Alto's law enforcement records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to our law enforcement system. Now, therefore, I, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim November 8, 2022 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. Congrats.
Thank you. And we don't need a motion on this, correct? I always get them mixed up. So I would be glad to meet representatives down at the front.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for that reading, and Mayor for presenting the certificate. And Council, good evening. Andrew Binder from the Police Department. I just wanted to take a minute just to recognize what a critical role our records and professional staff play in allowing the Police Department to carry out its mission statement to serve and protect the public with respect and integrity. And so often, because the police department can be the kind of the front facing of local government, that our record staff and professional staff in the building can sometimes get lost in the shuffle and overlooked. But I wanted the council and our community to know how important they really are to allowing the mission to be carried out. And when pandemic hit 2.5 years ago, and our officers were showing up every day to provide that public safety service to the community, so were our records staff, and they were here in the building. And I'm really proud of the sacrifices that they made at a critical time when this community and police department needed them. And lastly, when there's a lot of opportunities out there to serve in different capacities. Our records and professional staff choose Palo Alto, and they choose to serve this community, and they do a really wonderful job for anyone who wants to come in from our community and file a report or get a copy of records or just have that face-to-face contact with someone from the police department. So I just wanted to recognize that today. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for reading the proclamation, and thank you to the board members for this opportunity. I'd like to dovetail on what Chief Binder said regarding our records and support staff. As you all know, with COVID, we experienced shifts in the way we had to conduct business throughout all departments within the city, more so in relations to records and how the department interacts with citizens. Within the past 12 months, we've made great strides to improve our outreach and our ways that we interact and allow citizens to be able to still conduct what they need to do without impacting them. And the initiatives that we have undertaken with the new records management system, citizen reports online, allowing citizens to more directly be able to communicate and deal with minor crimes, which thus allows for our sworn officers to be more effective as resources out in the field for major crimes, which is tremendous just because of the staffing shortages experienced through COVID. So I really would like to thank you for this proclamation, recognizing this staff and the tremendous work that they've done throughout the pandemic. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted a quick question. Is it the record staff that did the great Halloween display in the window? Was that you responsible for that?
We're happy to take the credit.
I'm going to give you credit. It was a great Beetlejuice display. So let's just. I'm going to give you credit. It was a team effort, and the whole police department works together as a team. So anyways, I want to thank you all for your service to the city and making everything operate smoothly. And you make the city a safer and better place. So thank you, sir, for your service.
Councilmember, what is that? Who says that? Vice Mayor Koo.
So thank you very much for your services and for being here in Palo Alto. I really appreciate the chance to meet all of you. We don't get the chance to go and walk around, the department and get to meet each and everyone. So this is a really great opportunity to meet all the great workers that are in the department and get to know also what all you do in order to keep our community moving forward. So thank you very much.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Burt. I wanted to especially appreciate the online forms that you guys set up. I know that's hard to do and figure out what are the right categories, et cetera. That's real work. Multiple people around the community have commented on that, and our family has also had to use it for a stolen bike, but it's so much easier to do it that way. And so I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of all of us, thank you again for all the service that you do. And as the chief pointed out, you're less visible, but a vital part of our department. And it's great for us to be able to recognize your importance as you come from behind the curtain and we get to see you in person. So thank you again. All right, that concludes this item. And our next item is a study session on the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Update and Study. And Mr. Shikata, you introduce.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let me, you good? All right. Thought we might have a little technical difficulty there. Introduce Steve Guagliardo, our new economic development manager, coordinator of all things economic development, whatever you want to call him. He will answer the call. So with that, Mr. Guagliardo, please proceed.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Steve Guagliardo, Assistant to the City Manager focused on economic development. Happy to be here tonight, a little bit rusty presenting in person, so bear with me through all of the screens and technical challenges that may arise. I'm confident we'll rise to the occasion. Sitting next to me is Larissa Ortiz from our consultant StreetSense. Also joining us tonight are two other team members from StreetSense, Ashley Labadie, and then Barry Foster from their subcontractor, HDL. They're both online and will be participating through Zoom. So I'll have a couple brief slides to open us up tonight, and then we'll go ahead and turn the balance of the time over to StreetSense. What we're really here to do tonight is provide a quick update on some of the economic development efforts that are underway. And then we'll hear from StreetSense on some of their work as they round out the information gathering phase of their comprehensive economic development strategy. They'll also have some time for some council input, and we can hear from any members of the public who may be here in person in chambers or joining online via Zoom. I'll go to the next slide in just a second. As we open, I just want to remind everyone at the outset that the city of Palo Alto has a rather unique economic ecosystem. It's made up of a number of interconnected elements. Those elements include residents, local businesses, large employers, employees, visitors, the hospitality sector of our ecosystem, as well as our illustrious neighbor to the west, Stanford University. So in recognition of all of those different elements, what we're focused on is maintaining the economic vibrancy of that entire ecosystem. And what we're trying to do through the development of the comprehensive strategy is figuring out how to attract and retain businesses that will contribute to a desired and sustained community experience. First, I think the clicker is actually behind your computer. Thank you. Did it go through? Where is the actual thing to point at? Cool, it worked. Told you we'd navigate our challenges. So this is also a response to priorities set by the City Council over the past 2 years. There was the Community and Economic Recovery Work Plan in calendar year 2021. There was an element of that called Focused Business Support. Through 2021, staff worked on those elements, largely completing that work plan, and it's evolved now into the Economic Recovery and Transition priority for 2022. There are 13 discrete projects underway according to that work plan. Those are found on page 20 of your packet tonight. There's a brief update for each and every one of those items. Through that work plan, we've also hired our first staff dedicated to economic development since 2016. You've probably realized by now that that's me. It's not as though the work wasn't happening since 2016. The work was undergone throughout the organization, and it still is. It's not as though it's all coalesced and concentrated in me. I partner with departments throughout the organization, Public Works, Planning and Development Services, Police, Office of Transportation, Community Services, all important partners to this work. We've also onboarded our consultant, StreetSense, to help us develop the comprehensive economic development strategy, which is really meant to be kind of our roadmap for how we scale and how we prioritize the work of economic development over the next few years. Put it up to the jaw. There we go. But we're not waiting for the development of that strategy to begin work on economic development and really keep things going and maintain the momentum that we started over the past couple of years. One of the things that's currently underway is, as we gear up for the holiday season, working with local businesses to actively promote them. So there's an opportunity for any local business to raise their hand, say we'd like to be featured, and the city will amplify them through our website, social media, and print and other collateral materials. We're bringing it all together into a central website. There'll be a calendar there of all sorts of city events, things like the tree lighting and other things, really meant to serve as a one-stop shop for the public to come in, see what's happening around the holiday season, and find those opportunities to connect with local businesses. In addition, as with last year, there will be a decorating contest. This is open to residents, but it's also open to businesses. They exist in their own category. They compete against each other, and they can decorate their storefronts or window displays to help drive that holiday traffic. Some of the other work underway from my seat is coordinating, reaching out, and engaging members of the community. This includes both residents and businesses. This includes both individuals and groups, such as the Chamber of Commerce, who I see behind us today. Part of what we do there is we respond to questions and requests for assistance. We share info about programs, and we really engage stakeholders for feedback. Recent examples of that include the work on parklets, it's work on the car-free streets that we're doing on Cal Ave and Ramona, and the ongoing work we're doing as we look at the redesign of University Avenue. With that, I'll turn it over for the balance of our time to StreetSense. One of the things I really want to reiterate is that they are rounding out the information gathering part of their project. This is really meant to be an opportunity to engage with you, members of the council, and any members of the public before they inform the next steps of this process. With that, I will turn it over to Larissa.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Hi. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You did. Okay. I'm here, Larissa Ortiz. I'm the managing director of the public nonprofit solutions group at Street Sense. We are a real estate strategy consultancy with expertise. We have been, and I will say I've been doing this work for over 25 years, and I've worked in hundreds of communities across the country. We'll speak to our work in a moment. And I'm just thrilled to be here. I have sat on the other side of the dais. I sat on the City Planning Commission for the City of New York for over 7 years. So I know what it's like to be on the other side asking questions as well. Today, we're thrilled to be talking to you a little bit about the work that we're here to do. We want to go over our project so that you understand sort of what our scope is and what our objectives are, what the objectives we were given through the RFP. We want to do a little bit of table setting by sharing with you a global, national, and local trends that are really critical to understanding that Palo Alto exists in an environment in which it's competing against its neighbors, in which economic development activities are informed by what's happening at the global and national levels as well. We're going to dig into some of our early observations, and then we want to get into a discussion with you. So as I said, I'm Larissa Ortiz. I'm here joined by my colleague Ashley Labadie and Barry Foster. And a little bit about Street Sense. We thrive in addressing the challenges of place-based environments. And we have a special team dedicated to retail strategies and hospitality as well. And those are the two areas that through the RFP were identified as the focus of this exercise. So we think we have, our expertise is a really good fit for this work. And then we're joined by Barry Foster. Barry, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Barry. Do you want to introduce yourself and HDL?
Sure. My name is Barry Foster. I'm a principal and the managing director with HDL Companies. I manage our econ solutions team. And so we were brought on to really help with the sales tax piece and understanding revenues and all those kinds of things as putting together that strategy that Larissa was talking about. So as a company, we do work for probably 400 local governments for sales tax consulting in the state of California. We also do property tax, and I head up our econ solutions team. And we also have another team that does cannabis. So, pretty involved in working with local governments. And so really happy to be a part of the group and doing this project in Palo Alto.
Thank you, Barry. We're checking. Okay. We will have you advance it first. Thank you. Next slide. As I mentioned, thank you. We bring I certainly bring over 25 years of experience leading these efforts. And I think we recognize that every community is unique. Palo Alto has its unique environment and conditions. But one of the things we're thrilled to bring to you here is an acknowledgement of some of the challenges that we face and the trends that I think we have to address as a city, whether it's Palo Alto, whether it's San Francisco where we're doing work, whether it's the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts where we've done work. We acknowledge there's some similarities in those issues and challenges. Next slide. Okay. As we said, our focus here is really addressing the challenges of the two industries that were most affected by COVID-19, primarily the retail and hospitality industries. And that's going to inform an economic development strategy that really helps the city address public sector interventions, policies, and investments, developing what we consider a roadmap for those things. When we do our work, and our firm does work for private sector clients as well, but there's a special set of needs and challenges associated with leadership and economic development on the public sector side. There are processes you have to go through. There's dialogue you have to go through with the public sector, with residents, with business owners. And what we're hoping to do through this exercise is find where we have a need, where we have consensus for action, and where we can develop a roadmap for the city and for Stephen in his position to take the lead on. So that's the beginning. We're at the beginning stages of this exercise. Next slide. And I'll get to this. So one of the things that I just want to sort of share our philosophy and approach to doing this work. We collect information in 4 areas. We collect information that looks at the conditions of your physical environment. So we know that businesses and site selection criteria is really critical to successful business activity. So, what does access look like? What does the public realm look like? What does the private realm look like? The conditions of the streets and the sidewalks and the buildings. So that's one of the areas that is really critical to our site visit and our field work, which we have recently completed. The second is understanding the business environment. Ultimately, the anchors and destinations that drive visitors to Palo Alto, are they functioning in the way they could? Are there things that we can do to support them? How are you competing against the communities that are looking for the Palo Altans dollars, the discretionary dollars that every Palo Altoan has when they leave home? We want to make sure that Palo Alto is in the best position to compete for that. The third is we'll be conducting a market analysis, looking at retail trends, hospitality trends, and who your customers and understanding them ultimately. And the last, and I think this is really perhaps unique to StreetSense, acknowledging that the partners that you bring to the table, the needs of residents, the funding that's available, and the regulatory environment that informs what businesses can and can't do is really critical to making sure we're creating the conditions for successful business success. So our diagnostic, we're not here to present our diagnostic. We're here to share with you our preliminary sort of findings, but we want you to know that this is all coming and that the balance of this work, this full diagnostic, will be coming in January. Next slide. So as I said, we're at the beginning of our immersion. We've conducted, next slide, please. No, you jumped ahead. There we go. So we're completing our immersion. We've completed a number of focus groups, individual stakeholder interviews, city staff interviews, and through the end of November, we're sort of in this process, and you are part of that process. The next phase is where we'll be completing our diagnostic, as I said, sort of the 4 elements of our assessment, and that will come in January when we will give you a high-level overview of those findings. And then we enter into phase 3, which is really an iterative process where we go through and understand what are the implications of our findings and how do we turn those into strategies that will inform the economic development activities for the city. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So I want to walk through a few retail trends, and I think it's important that we sort of set the stage with a shared understanding of what's happening. And first and foremost, I think it's important to acknowledge that at this time, tenants are in the driver's seat. And what do I mean by that? The traditional relationship of retail to its space has changed. Online sales, changes to shopping experience, and COVID-19, as you all know, have really accelerated a number of trends we've seen. First and foremost, a reduced demand for storefront space. So as spending has shifted to internet and home delivery, we have seen that the need for brick and mortar spaces has declined. Additionally, the technology that we all know and love have really allowed businesses to streamline things like their inventory, allowed them to become much more sophisticated with their supply chain, which again allows them to be in smaller spaces and smaller format stores, and also to move towards higher quality locations. So as we've seen a shift and a decline in the amount of brick and mortar space out there, we have seen businesses choose to locate in higher quality and premier Class A locations, which we'll talk about in a moment. And then finally, we came from a time and place in which being in a certain place and having a certain address, having that flagship store was often really critical to a brand and to their marketing efforts. And so as we think about what it means to now pivot to online and a social media presence being, equal, if not more important to a physical presence. It used to be, a business had to say they were in New York and in Paris and in London. You don't necessarily have to say that anymore to the same degree to attract the customers that you previously attracted. So it's changing how tenants view flagship stores. And Palo Alto has always been an incredible destination for flagship stores. So just acknowledging that some of this has changed. It hasn't disappeared, but it has changed. We've seen that Palo Alto is not immune to these issues. There's been migration of tenants from commercial corridors to Class A shopping environments, Stanford Shopping Mall being one of them, and also a softening of demand along what have previously. So brick and mortar spending hasn't disappeared, of course, but spending has migrated, and we've seen an accelerated transformation of people going towards spending on items that they can't buy online, spending on experiences, spending on food and beverage, entertainment and activities, which have taken center stage in many of the environments in which we work, where retail is supportive of the food and beverage industry. And then we've seen the need for really highly managing and curating activation of public space as well. So again, focused on experience. Palo Alto is not immune to these forces either. The dominance of food and beverage along your commercial corridors, which has come up in nearly every conversation we've had, is part of this trend. And we've also seen this happen in our Class A shopping centers that have moved and trickled over to more and more food and beverage as well. Next slide. Additionally, mature markets like Silicon Valley and mature markets really across the country are often overbuilt. They've seen an incredible amount of shopping center growth and square footage over the past 20 to 30 years. When we look at the retail square foot per capita in Palo Alto, it's about 39 square feet per capita compared to the US average, which is 23.5. So that's significantly higher. That's 63% greater than the US average. That can work in an environment where you have visitors, where you have daytime office workers, where you have a really robust set of visitors and folks who are spending, who are coming from outside of your community coming in. You can often support that much retail. Absent visitors and daytime office workers, what we have often found in our work is that, an affluent market like Palo Alto might be able to support between 15 to 18 square feet of retail. So you're significantly above that. And one of the questions we want to help you answer is, what do things like hybrid work do to some of those changes? To what degree are you going to see a softening that we should acknowledge and try to address through our strategy? And when we look at the competition for the shopper in Silicon Valley in 1990, for instance, we see, next slide. When we look at the competition pre-1990 for shoppers' dollars, we see that there weren't, many places for folks to spend their money, not in the same degree that we have today. This is really a bit of a mind map. When we think about what the average Palo Alton, when they left their home and they hopped in their car where they wanted to eventually shop, these are some of the places that really popped up in folks' mental mind map. Next slide. Now we look at today, post 1990, the competition has increased tenfold. The competition for the same dollar has really overwhelmed. There's so many options. And we have to acknowledge that you are in this environment in which all of these communities, all of these shopping districts are competing for the same dollar. Next slide. And then, of course, the elephant in the room, in part, is the challenges and the really rapid adoption of hybrid work that we've seen post-COVID. Diminished office worker spending on one hand, but increased spending from residents who are now often working at home on the other. So it's, flip side of the coin. But if you look at this map, you can see the concentration of jobs located around University Avenue, to some degree California Avenue, Stanford Research Park, Stanford Shopping Center. These are areas that once depended heavily on workers. And we know that workers have moved to hybrid, and they're not here every day, which means they're not spending here every day. So these changes are something we're going to have to address. Nationally, employees are spending 24% less time in the office. 87% of offices have adopted hybrid work, and some of the metrics we've begun to see in Palo Alto suggest very similar trends. So the city is now only selling 52% of parking permits on University Ave and 31% of parking permits on California Ave, compared to 100% of pre-COVID. So just a signal of the fact that you guys are part of these much larger global trends. And then next slide. And then business travel. Globally and domestically, we are seeing a return progressively to pre-COVID levels. And some of what we've heard from your hospitality businesses, your hotels, is that you are experiencing this return. In both cases, we're seeing recovery at generally paces that we're comfortable with. And we think by 2023, we will likely be back to some degree of normality. Next slide. And yet we acknowledge that business travelers are not the only travelers. Despite slower national business recovery trends, Palo Alto's midweek occupancy remains robust, but on the weekends, it's not nearly as robust. So you've got wonderful weekday occupancy rates, 70 to 80%, which is near COVID levels, despite the fact that we've added about 300 new rooms during the pandemic at the 2 new Marriotts. And part of this is because we've seen stable occupancy drivers through education, medical, and business. These are businesses that continue to be in person. So what can we do? Are there strategies, and this is one of the things we'll be looking at, to allow for improvements in some of the hospitality occupancy rates on the weekends? Can we benefit from Palo Alto's central location? Can we benefit from some of these wonderful anchors that we identified through some of our early diagnostic work? Your entertainment venues, your museums, your parks, the nature preserve. We'd love to explore ways to increase your occupancy rates on the weekends. Next slide. And then finally, I don't think this is going to come as any surprise. The Palo Alton is an incredibly discerning customer who has many, many options. And we have to, your Palo Alto residents are among the most affluent and educated in the region. Even in a region where nearly every community is affluent and educated. So your customers have really high expectations for where they spend their time and their income. And your districts have to meet those expectations for them to be competitive. And that's something that we're here to help you address. Next slide. And I'll pass it over to Barry.
Thanks, Larissa. I just wanted to go ahead, and what we did was we looked at sales tax revenue for Palo Alto and a number of your shopping areas, and again, we do work with close to 400 cities in California, so we have a pretty good handle and understanding of what sales tax has done. As the pandemic hit, as we've gotten through it, and things have kind of relaxed a little bit, and then where we're at today. And so we created a number of geographic areas in Palo Alto to measure the performance that they've been able to achieve. And looking at fiscal year 2019-20, so the pandemic started middle of March 2020, so that just included a couple of months there. And looking at what sales tax performance was during that fiscal year, and then looking at 2021 fiscal year, and then fiscal year 21-22, which just finished up this past summer. And so I think it's important to note that a couple of the shopping areas both Charleston Shopping Center and the Midtown Shopping Center. Actually have a small modest decrease from pre-pandemic from 2019-20 through fiscal year 21-22. But then you had a couple large ones that had increases of over 30%, so they bounced back very strong. And that includes the El Camino corridor and then the Stanford Shopping Center. So they had increases of 31.9 and 35.5%. And then you had three areas that range anywhere with an increase of 1.2 to 16.9%. And so again, when you look at some of the national trends, sales tax has bounced back, and it's bounced back here in California too, but and in Palo Alto, but and the city as a whole for that period had an 11.7% increase, but that really doesn't kind of tell the whole story. Well, sales tax has bounced back. Small business especially still are struggling. They are not back to pre-pandemic in terms of cash flowing, meeting margins. They faced just a number of challenges. They've had to pass some of those costs on to the customers, but not all of them. And so they're still struggling, and we'll probably still struggle for a little while here as the pandemic we still kind of continue on, and it seems to continue. Labor costs, especially for restaurants, very significant if they can even get employees. That has an influence on their cash flow and their margins and how they perform. Supply chain, all the costs have gone up, and just the whole shift to online shopping and all that. So those dynamics really factor into the health, especially of small businesses, and I think it's going to continue that trend for a long time. And again, Palo Alto is not immune to that. And as we're looking at the areas, or so you've had solid increases, but and as Larissa talked about, one of the big things is just the whole hybrid work environment, especially in areas that are heavily reliant on tech businesses in the office environment. And a lot of them are still doing a lot of remote work. And that has an impact on your restaurants and your shopping areas. You can look at Palo Alto downtown, it had a 5.4% increase, but it's still a little bit sluggish. And so I think there still are some businesses in there that are struggling a little bit, and looking to try to help that environment and understand the ways that you can work with the business community in there to help them continue to grow. Larissa also talked about just travel and leisure. Again, it's very solid in Palo Alto during Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, softer on the weekend. That trickles down in terms of spending on restaurants, retailers, and ultimately sales tax revenues. And so I think all those kinds of things are really kind of the norm nationally, and especially here in California and really in Palo Alto. And so while sales tax revenue has bounced back, it bounced back in quite a bit in a few areas, I think it's still sensitive to understand the impact that the pandemic continues to have, and some of the things that are involved in the pandemic in terms of their impact on your small business, especially, and then the impact on sales tax. Now, as a company, we're not looking at these kinds of significant growth for the coming year. It's going to slow quite a bit. There's also the possibility of a recession, and so I think just understanding the condition of your business community is really important.
Thank you, Barry. Next slide. And now I want to talk about the reinvestment life cycle. Next slide. And I think this is important that we understand the typical life cycle of a shopping environment, which generally is correlated and connected to the investments in physical space, how a place looks, feels, how accessible it is. These are all things that can be addressed through significant capital investments. And what we often see is that there's a year one in which the initial investment in capital improvements are made, followed by about 10 years or so of sales growth, if it isn't interrupted by things like online shopping or unexpected events like COVID, but generally we will see sales growth. And then you see a point at which those investments mature. And the point at which new investment is necessary to avoid decline. And I think, if we look at this 10 to 15 year life cycle and we apply this to your districts, Midtown Shopping Center, constructed in 1956, has had periodic upgrades, but is likely at the point or past the point of maturity. University Ave has seen improvements. Last time, the most significant improvements in 1998 through streetscape improvements, but more recently in 2018-19, which were focused on gas and water line replacements and some limited repaving. California Ave is a little bit in the middle of the bunch with improvements in 2014, the lane reductions and widened sidewalks. And then perhaps no surprise, your single owner shopping environments, Stanford Shopping Center, Town and Country Village, have seen more initial investment and investments in common area improvements, significant upgrades, restaurants, dining, many of the things we've been discussing, because it's in those instances, there's a return on investment that's required by shareholders. And so keeping those spaces and places in their sales growth mode is really, really critical. Next slide. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Ashley Labadie, who's going to go through our preliminary physical assessment. Ashley?
Thanks, Larissa. Hi, good evening, everyone. So understanding that there are many places Palo Altans and tenants can choose to be and spend their time and money, it's important to evaluate the physical attributes of competitive commercial districts. The following slides encompass a preliminary physical assessment of a few of Palo Alto's commercial districts as compared to Class A shopping environments. And then following this study session, StreetSense will dive deeper into a more comprehensive physical environment diagnostic of key commercial districts in Palo Alto. Tonight, though, we'll touch briefly on a few key elements of Class A environments, including sidewalks and streets, storefronts, signage and wayfinding, and gathering places. Next slide, please. So key to complete shopping experiences are shared spaces for many activities, including 3 major functions: passing through, window shopping or entering and exiting establishments, and gathering or dining. Here on University Avenue, with the addition of a parklet, there is now a comfortable dimension to accommodate those necessary functions. And similarly is Town and Country Village. Although under different ownership and management structures, both examples provide comfortable dimensions to facilitate those activities of Class A shopping and dining streets. Next slide, please. People want to shop and dine in tidy, well-kept places. There's absolutely well-meaning and regular street sweeping along University Avenue, but more could be done to get into the nooks and crannies, as you can see in the slide. Santana Row competition, on the other hand, although again under different types of ownership and maintenance structure, is clearly well-maintained and inviting. These examples inform where additional resources in places like University Avenue are needed in order to remain competitive. Next slide, please. In addition to cohesive and well-maintained identity, Class A shopping environments should incorporate thoughtfully placed, well-kept, and easy-to-use furniture. You can see along University Avenue, it's sort of challenged by some poorly maintained newsstands that are also seemingly out of date in character. They lack continuity with other streetscape elements. Similarly, bike racks, here you can see in the middle photo, are used incorrectly. They lack continuity with other streetscape elements as well. So a little bit more could be done to create more cohesion from an aesthetic point of view and usability. Much like what you see on California Avenue, you see consistent and modern bike racks that are placed outside of the walking path. They are very simple, easy to use, and elegant. Next slide, please. Again, Class A shopping environments have a cohesive identity. It doesn't mean everything needs to look exactly the same. It just means it needs to feel of one. On University, the bulb outs incorporate mixed-matched furniture and treatments, whereas the more recently updated California Ave incorporates more modern and consistently themed features and therefore a more cohesive identity. These are the types of things that we want to carry on. Next slide, please. Closed streets may be a temporary accommodation, but they don't have to necessarily look and feel temporary, like what is seen on Ramona Street with the temporary construction barriers. Closed streets can be delineated in a more intentional way with less temporary looking barriers. The movable planters at Santana Row, for example, do the same job with the same functions as those on Ramona. They just make the space feel a lot more inviting or welcoming. Next slide. Storefronts offer a fantastic way to express a sense of place, even when storefronts are vacant. Some vacant storefronts along University are very apparently vacant or in transition and feel like it could be forever that they are vacant or in transition. So this is actually a missed opportunity to market and position this state of transition in a more positive light, like what is done at Town and Country Village on the right-hand side. For commercial districts like University and California Avenue, this will require a different organizational structure than one of places like Town and Country Village or Stanford Shopping Center, for example. But it is possible to do things like this and take a lesson from our partners in privately owned spaces through organizations like a business improvement district. Next slide, please. In encroaching business signage like blade signs and A-frame signs are fantastic ways to provide texture and authenticity without compromising the walking path or the dining areas along the street. And these examples along University Avenue are where it's currently done well, we believe. Next slide. It's important that people, whether they're from Palo Alto or visiting, are able to easily access commercial districts. And this includes finding available parking quickly and safely. So people should be able to make quick decisions while driving, and digital signage systems like those incorporated in the recently constructed parking deck and along California Avenue and other places like Santana Row provide a great example for things to continue in terms of digital signage. It's very easy to see. It tells you exactly where you need to go, and you can make that decision quickly and keep pedestrians safe. Next slide, please. Thoughtful consideration of size, amount, style, and location of landscape features are important when creating outdoor rooms in commercial districts. We can take lessons from spaces that are privately owned, programmed, and maintained, like those at Stanford Shopping Center and in front of Verve along University Avenue, and incorporate those into publicly owned spaces. Take a lesson about dimension, themes, materials, placement and size, and you can activate a space quite nicely. Next slide, please. And lastly, some otherwise utilitarian and pass-through areas can be reimagined for gathering to encourage longer durations of stay in our commercial districts, like what is seen here at Town and Country Village, University Ave, and Stanford Shopping Center. These are intimate spaces. They would have been leftover spaces, if you will, but they really are done well. They're and with not a lot of actual furniture. You have string lights, some thoughtful planting, and thoughtful seating, and you can still have a pass-through area as well. In some cases, alleyways may be better suited as secondary front doors. especially where there are building depths that are too long for what retail can occupy these days. So some alleyways then lend themselves to a more intimate, less utilitarian use, offering an opportunity to repurpose both the exterior and the interior of those commercial spaces. We'll explore possibilities like this in the next phases of this process, which leads me to the next slide, which is just a reminder of where we are in the process. Again, we are wrapping up this phase 1 immersion, where we're looking at these preliminary findings, bringing them to you tonight, have a discussion about them, set the stage for our phase 2 diagnostics, where we're really doing the deep dive into our analyses around the physical environment, the real estate market, the regulatory and administrative capacity, and we'll bring you those findings in late January. That will be followed by our strategy development, where we will bring a draft and final report to you in late April, early May. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Larissa to facilitate our discussion for tonight.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Next slide. So we have a series of 3 questions we want to pose to you in no particular order. Essentially, this is a mini SWOT analysis with you to understand what you consider critical in terms of priorities, what you think some of the challenges are, and what your vision is. And I think we want to start with the vision. What does a successful end look like? And the first question we'll pose, I'll go through all 3 of them so you know and you can determine how you want to respond. But what does successful economic development look like to the residents of Palo Alto? Every community answers that differently. Consultants don't tell you the answer to that question. It's why we want to talk to you about that. The second is, how would you frame Palo Alto's most significant economic development challenges? So when we talk about what the problem statement is, we'd like to hear in your own words what we're here to solve for you, and that will help direct us in our thinking and our approach. Next slide. Thank you. And then next slide. And third, is Palo Alto right now in a competitive position to reinvent itself to remain competitive? And what is it that we think we need to do about that? Again, we're here to help guide you in that. We have a lot of experience in what other communities have done successfully. We're here to sort of hold the city's hand and define a set of strategies so that you're not reinventing the wheel. But you know your community much better than any consultant who's going to come in and tell you about your community. So we really do see this as a collaborative and iterative effort to get at these questions. So I will leave these up and we can start with the first, and I will hand it over to Ed to walk us through how this.
Sure. Mayor, I think based on the format of the questions, we'd suggest a round of feedback from the council members and proceed from there.
Okay, thank you. So we are open to council members starting with questions or comments. Councilmember Philsett.
Sure, I'll lead off, although I'm not sure I'm the best person to lead off here. But so first of all, I think this is promising. Okay, I think this is kind of the direction we were hoping this would go, as opposed to sort of what economic development, efforts have been in the past decades in Palo Alto. It's kind of a little more focused, right?
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's really hard to hear you.
Yep, sorry. I'll love the mic here. I had a couple questions, and this is really sort of ongoing. First of all, can you tell how much of Palo Alto retail business is residents versus visitors?
Yeah, so yes, so we will be looking at your retail market, and the methodology for retail market analysis is to look at discretionary spending for visitors, compare that against the sales of businesses, And the difference effectively is what is actually coming in from other places, right? So if you have a surplus, if businesses are selling more than residents are spending, we have a surplus, and we can make certain assumptions about how and where that surplus comes from, to the degree that it's coming from other places. So it would be an estimate, but generally you can get a sense of it. Yes.
Yeah. So we've had a couple other studies since, some of us were on council that sort of picked away at that issue, did similar kind of stuff that looked at, averages across various, local and national and so forth, and tried to tease that information out. But I think, I think that's pretty important, and anything we can do to sort of understand that well is better, because we have some pretty heterogeneous retail environment here in town. A second question I wanted to ask was, I was struck that on your chart of how well the different regions, retail regions at Palo Alto did, the two that did the best from 20 to 22, right, were almost exactly opposite. One was the shopping center, okay, which is a high-end destination, draws people
Is this
from
the sales tax?
Yeah, sales tax, right? And the other one was El Camino, okay, which I think of as, and I guess this is a question for you folks as well, which I think of as, it's not walkable. It's a driving destination, right? And yet it's done very well. Why?
Yeah.
Right.
I have some thoughts about that just from our experience, but since that was Barry, I'll ask Barry if you want to respond to that first.
Well, I'm not sure it's a today kind of thing, or as the study goes on, right? But
I think I know why, because we've seen this in other places, which is why I want to mention it. But Barry, do you have anything to say about that?
No, I think it did kind of jump out at us, and so I think we want to do a little more information and a little more digging on that too. But certainly it didn't surprise us that Stanford Shopping Center did what it did. But El Camino certainly didn't. In the El Camino area, it doesn't include some of those other areas are included in there, but it includes an area roughly from the 2800 block through the 4400 block. So it picks up some of those other areas that don't primarily have a shopping center in them.
Yeah. And what I will say is that there were winners in COVID. Our Class A shopping environments actually continued to do well and recovered very well. But the other set of winners were districts that were in and around residential communities. So when you look at where El Camino is, if people were home and they were spending locally, we often saw local commercial districts actually benefiting from that, especially if there's a lot of takeout, so that would be my sense of it, given what we've seen in other places.
Okay, so that's sort of, we're getting into sort of, I was going to try to toss a couple thoughts on your slide here, right? Which is, that makes sense. I think, a lot of national consultants come in to help us with stuff, which we're very grateful for, on all kinds of topics. And most of them come in and they look at the statistics. They go, you have, household income, number of people with a bachelor's and master's degree, yada, 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 and so forth. And they go, okay, the whole town is a Class A town, right? And I think it really may not be the case, okay? And my own two bits is we look at comparisons of Santana Row, and so forth, and some of the other shopping centers you put up on the map and so forth. But I think there's still a strong need for what I would call middle class retail, right? Sort of middle America retail in Palo Alto. Not everybody is rich here, and not everybody wants to do their shopping at Whole Foods, right? And there are a lot of sort of, important businesses in town. House Hardware, for example. It would be a shame if we didn't have that anymore, right? Even though you wouldn't plunk that down in the middle of Stanford Shopping Center. And the one that sticks in my mind the most, actually, is our experience with the Albertson Plaza down on Alma Street, right, where there's been grocery stores there for decades and decades. And Albertsons moved out, a couple decades ago. And after that, there was a succession of high-end boutique grocery stores, none of which succeeded until the ultra deep discount grocery outlet moved in there. Okay. And apparently, we keep hearing that it's a chain, and that is the most successful location of the entire chain is the one in Palo Alto. And they're ultra low end guys. And, my wife shops there all the time, and so do we, right? So that would be my imploration is, very clearly it's important to us to, from a financial perspective, visitors to Palo Alto and shopping center and the University Avenue corridor and so forth are a key part of our economy. And, that's important to us. But I think it's also important that people who live here, they don't have to drive to, they don't have to drive to some other city to go shopping, right? There is no Target in Palo Alto, for example. You got to drive to Mountain View or Redwood City if you want to go to Target and so forth. So I think, making sure that we have a retail that serves a retail environment that both serves our population and sort of continues in the Class A environment, at least the Class A market, at least in some locations. I think that would be part of what successful economic development looks like for the residents of Palo Alto. And again, specifically focused on retail, which I think is really important. Thanks.
Wonderful. So noted. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. This looks really great, much more detailed than even I was hoping for, and appropriately so. I want to start with the life cycle that you talked about. I'm sure many of us compare that to Stanford or not. I think it's a legitimate case study for us to contemplate. And, clearly you had that example. So I think the life cycle thing makes a lot of sense. I just want to follow up on what Councilmember Philseth was saying. I actually think we probably have multiple demographics for which we need different kinds of retail. So one is the guests and the visitors, right? And, whether that's most of the people who are at Stanford Shopping Center, or some of them, I don't really know. We all could make assumptions, which is probably unhelpful. But that strength, I think, is important. And then as a complement, what are the things that we want people to have available essentially relatively nearby them? So your questions are helpful. I'll just jump to the end. Like, in some respects, we want to reduce VMT for what we want and need, right? We don't want people who live here having to get in their car and drive a long distance, either within the city or somewhere else, for some basic items or services. And then I'll come back to number 3, either, in this round or the next one. So I think that's really helpful for us. And so I appreciate the direction that that's going. So slide 10 was talking about basically movement by tenants. And we had examples of people who moved had a University Avenue store and a Stanford store, closed the University Avenue store and just kept at Stanford, have moved, vice versa. We all have multiple examples of that. Are you getting the sense that there's consolidation, for lack of a better way to phrase that, physical consolidation? Is that a trend that you're seeing across the country?
We are seeing national retailers make decisions to reduce some of their footprint and focus on their more successful, profitable stores. Especially now, as if they can get into Stanford Shopping Center for a more competitive rate than they could before, they're going to want to seize that opportunity and go there. And that is what we've been seeing. So that migration towards better and higher quality spaces, which means that, I think what it means for the places that remain is that they have to up their game if they want to remain competitive, and that's part of this discussion, or just change the discussion entirely. Are we in the game to compete for that retailer? Do we want to begin thinking about, a different approach? Can we support as much retail in this environment as we used to? Should we think about right sizing? Yeah. These are all like super fundamental questions that, we can guide you with information, but I think it's part of the discussion that we're having here.
Well, which leads me right to slide 12 and the square footage retail per person, that number that we've had in the 30s. Sorry, I have to get my reading glasses
39.
on. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just clearly, is not based on what those of us who live here need. It was based on how many people came, and this was the destination in terms of shop for something else, and they were shopping, or vice versa. So I think those things are related, and find it hard to believe we'll continue to be able to support retail at that square footage level per person who lives here. I don't know, you think of the REI that was nearby in Mountain View, it was so great when we got one and we didn't have to drive to San Carlos, and now it's gone to Sunnyvale, and they worked on that for years. So I guess I'm also thinking about more creative formats, right? Whether it's the pop-up or the delivery or something like that. So to the extent that, we could have, I know that I'm just using that as an example of how do we figure out things that people are going to want, in a format that's going to work. No idea if that's a good idea. Okay, now slide 19. So that one, what did I want to say there? Let's see. Oh, okay. So helpful to have these numbers, but I just want to be sure we're all talking about the same things. All of this discussion about these shopping centers, that's only 1/3 of the sales tax, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yes.
in that other 2/3, isn't a lot of that cars? I mean, we get our top 25 list, and there's always a ton of automobile dealers. Is that right?
It would include that, and it would also include Stanford Research Park in there too.
Correct.
Would be a
Yeah.
big part of that.
I wonder if that affects the El Camino number too. Yeah, some of those car dealers. I think, comparing the information you had about the age of these shopping centers with if you look at the 20 to 22 deltas, there's definitely some comparisons, there that you could probably do a mapping. And I think that would help folks as we think about what is it that we want to have where. Might even want to put them on a map, right? So people can see what these spaces are, and we could do it anyway. So that I think will help as we go forward. And I'll just foreshadow in terms of when we're going through the questions. I think number one is very important for us to reflect on. And it has multiple components, but I think with number 3, one thing we need to do is proactively acknowledge the importance and the role of, I think Mr. Guagliardo called it our illustrious neighbor to the west, and be better aligned intentionally with them. So thanks.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm very pleased to meet you from Smart Sense and HDL. Like my colleagues have mentioned, that this is certainly going in the right direction, a lot more focused. Understanding that, Stanford Shopping Center, Town and Country, they're all owned by individuals. So it's quite different when we're dealing with private owners on a large stretch of commerce area. So we understand that. And so therefore, even more important for us to have very focused understanding and a strategic plan to understand what works with what. So for example, we have a couple of movie theaters, here on University and on Emerson. What goes near it that would help thrive that area? These are all gathering places. So I think that people, after they have dinner or whatnot, they're walking down the street, they might want to walk off something before they go for dessert. So I think that there's a mix of things there that needs to be looked at. And I think, for our economic development, what looks like success is to be intentional about that success, right? And to make it successful, not only for the city, but also for the property owners as well as the business themselves. So how do we go about doing that? And I think a lot of it has to do with the partners such as the Chamber of Commerce, with them, one of the things that Ms. Labadie said was, dressing up the windows. We have downtown here and we have a ground floor retail preservation. The windows there should not be blocked up. It should be opened up, and there should be encouragement or some way to help with the property owner to dress up those windows. If not, maybe even when we reinstate the bid, that there be a fund in there that helps with this kind of development. Before I go on with more of my comments, I did have questions, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask, have you looked into the city of Burlingame's downtown and what makes them successful and so forth? And that would be something nice to bring back and informative for us to kind of learn from, right? As well as some other cities with downtowns that are successful, so we can also understand that. And then I wanted to find out the outreach that you've done to the stakeholders. You said there were residents involved. What does that look like?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. So when Street Sense came out and did some of their stakeholder interviews, we reached out to Palo Alto neighborhoods and they were able to field a couple residents for that. They've also engaged some individuals from the community in conversations, and we're still actively, we were trying to round that out a little bit more. And so the hope is certainly through Uplift Local, we advertise this study session and hope to get a few participants on Zoom to weigh in and offer their input as well. But it's also an ongoing process. So the research and discovery phase is kind of rounding out tonight. Then they'll move to the diagnosis phase, the diagnostics phase, excuse me. And then there'll be time for feedback and iterations after that as well. So it's an ongoing process.
That's super.
I mean, if I may also, one of the challenges with this work is often the push-pull and the tension between what residents want and what the market says they're going to get. And our approach is about balancing those things. If I had a nickel for every time a community said they wanted a Trader Joe's, and I had to turn around and say, I know what Trader Joe's looks for when in their site selection criteria, and you only check 2 of the 8 boxes. So, our approach is as much about bringing you information about how the market sees you, how tenants see you, so that you can position yourselves to respond to that. That's our approach. So, resident input is important to help us ground truth what the issues and challenges are, but it's one of many inputs. And I would say, it's not even the most critical in this exercise because we want you to see the market information and make decisions for yourself. So, just want to balance that.
I appreciate that. And I
expectation.
really look forward to the balance, because oftentimes we see there's a huge focus on offices or whatnot, and then we're lacking in other areas. And that's what we don't want. We want to make sure that there's balance. But also I think it's necessary for us to recognize Palo Alto is made up of so many different neighborhoods with different retail and personal services. So while right now we're talking about focus on downtown and California Avenue, but we want to make sure that we do not forget Midtown and Charleston Plaza. I mean, those are also neighborhood shopping areas. How do you make it more successful and more vibrant? I know that, there was some vacancies, but they have, kind of returned. But again, not forgetting those areas. And I'm glad that you did reach out to PAN because obviously they have a pulse on many of the neighborhoods, but also it would be great if you reach out to some of those that we don't talk to that often. I'm sure PAN does, but places like Greenhouse off of San Antonio, they're at the end. And then, of course, on the other end, which is Green Acres and Barron Park, on the other end of Arastadero. Then when you return, it would also be nice to, it will also be valuable to learn the rental prices of different cities, like in Burlingame and some of the other cities I mentioned, what are their per square foot rates? Because then we can also compare to what we have over here in Palo Alto. I do know that's a big factor. I've been asking for a Chinese grocery store to come here and they're not coming because it's too expensive. So, that's a valuable information for us to get. Then I also would like to request that San Francisco has Measure M and Berkeley has Measure M now. They're mostly for residential a tax on vacancies. It's mostly on residential, but I'd like to see what would a commercial one look like and whether there is one, whether there is any city that has a tax on vacancies for commercial and retail storefronts.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi. First, I wanted to say welcome, Steve, and thanks for taking this little job. I hope you're excited about it. And welcome to Larissa, Ashley, and Barry. And it's a great presentation. I'm really excited to see what you guys can do. I hope as we dive into this that you'll break out some of the detail in that 39 square foot of retail per capita. A lot of what I hear from residents is that we're missing, a lot of types of stores, and similar to what I think Councilmember Filseth was saying. And, it'd be good to see if that 39 square feet, how much of that is restaurant, how much of that is other types of retail. And I think we all know we had a lot of commuters coming in, a lot of them frequenting places during the day. And so that was just one thought. I also appreciated the presentation and kind of highlighting with images some of the maybe areas of policy that the council could look at, talking about curating, aesthetics. Maybe if we could require some kind of displays in vacant storefronts, street cleaning policies. And I even think there's one, we just talked about kind of parklet strategy. I think we may want to come back and revisit how we handle parklet conflicts between adjoining stores. For me, I hear what you're saying about kind of Class A and focus on downtown and Cal Ave. I hope that you can also maybe, educate us and maybe make recommendations around, is there an opportunity for, I'd call it Class B retail. And I think to a lot of residents, it feels like we have a lot of luxury stores. We have a McLaren dealership, but how do we increase diversity? We just got a board gaming store on Cal Ave. We got a new kind of neighborhood hardware store. I think those are really encouraging and exciting to a lot of people. And then, you mentioned Charleston Plaza, Midtown Shopping Center. I really hope that we can get some focus on those areas, and that this project isn't mostly focused on downtown. The southern part of the city could use more retail. We have a lot of housing planned down there, and if those kind of neighborhood shopping centers are challenged right now, it would be really good to make sure that we do what we can to keep them going and reinvigorate them if we can. I did go through the consulting agreement and the staff report, and I had a few comments on that. And I think again, and you allayed some of my concerns, I think, with your presentation, but I really wanted to make sure we do focus on the environment we're in on the peninsula, the South Bay. Councilmember Koo mentioned Burlingame. I think Los Gatos has a really attractive downtown. San Jose wasn't mentioned in the agreement, but you showed Santana Row. Obviously, we're kind of right in between San Francisco and San Jose, and I don't want us to just kind of look to San Francisco. I do think, maybe to answer some of your questions indirectly, when I think about some of our competitive advantages, a lot of it is location. We are right in the middle of the peninsula. next to Stanford. We have some of the top high schools in the state, near the 49ers. I don't know if you guys are aware of the Stanford Movie Theater, which is kind of an old time movie theater. There's an organ that comes up in between the double header. It's very unique. We have a big music hall, Frost Amphitheater. And I think we have a lot of little cultural amenities that people really appreciate: theaters, art galleries, museums. I had one question. So the consulting agreement talks about potentially a steering committee. And again, I hope that you make sure that would include some representatives from Charleston Plaza or Midtown or Edgewood. And again, a lot of the retail along El Camino needs help as well. So can you tell us how are you guys choosing participants on this steering committee?
Thank you for the question, council member. So the steering committee was one of the things in the scope, and as we've been working through with Street Sense, we've kind of taken that on into a slightly different angle to help inform the work that they've done to date. So as it was described originally in the agreement and everything, we're still looking at the best way to engage that steering committee as we go forward, whether it's engaging a little bit later after the diagnostics are complete and getting really into the deep dive of that, or where the best place to plug them in is. At this point, we really feel like we're getting where we want to be going. It sounds like there's general consensus from the council liking what they see so far. As we roll up our sleeves and really get into the heart of that diagnostics phase, I think there'll be a really good opportunity to engage with the next iteration of the folks that have been engaged so far. And we can certainly make sure we include a wide variety of people in that stakeholder group to sound off on the diagnostics as we get there.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, if we don't need a dedicated steering committee and it's really just a bunch of stakeholders, we have a really engaged citizenry in Palo Alto. It's one of the places that really makes the place great. And again, I'm sure you guys are all aware of this, but I think we really want people who are focused on the city's interest and the public interest, and just need to be sensitive about too much self-interest, I guess, depending on the participants. So I think my biggest point is please, pay attention to Charleston, Midtown, Edgewood. When we get to the work plan, and maybe this is a question for you, Steve, I guess reestablishing the bid is an item on the work plan. And, I guess one of my initial questions would be, are we just reestablishing it because we had it in the past, or do we think there's really an ROI there? Or could there be some maybe new alternatives that would work better? And, you don't have to answer that. It's just something to think about. It would be good to see some ERT goals for these other neighborhood shopping centers. On page 21, you talked about fiber to the premise as a potential economic driver. That's pretty timely as we're considering the business plan. And if there's any way there could be some analysis done on the economic benefits of that, I'd certainly be interested in that. And then just the last thing I wanted to mention was kind of the importance of events. For our head consultant, I guess, from New York City, we have the Mayfet Parade, which is a children's parade. It started 6 months before the Macy's parade. It used to be a really big deal. Took a big hit with COVID. We used to do things like have snow on the streets on Hamilton for the holidays. That used to be really popular. I see other cities like really ramping up things like First Friday events. We have our Art and Wine Festival, our tree lighting, but really thinking about what kind of events do people enjoy and what can really draw people to some of our shopping centers. So those are just some of my thoughts and comments. Be happy to hear your reactions, and thanks, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this develops.
If I could jump in on the issue of the business improvement district. The activities you mentioned, the parades, the engagement in in so many communities we work in, that happens successfully when businesses are involved, when property owners are involved, and when there's a downtown steward or organization. Palo Alto is an amazing city, but I will say that cities often falter, when it comes to events. They're not event planners. They often don't do it nearly as well as a business owner or a group of business owners who really understand their customers, who already have mailing lists for their customers. And
So just to be clear, I wasn't saying we shouldn't have businesses involved. It was more about resurrecting the old structure of the bid, and might there perhaps be different ways to organize?
Yeah. And I think maybe we're saying the same thing. I think the business improvement district, or whatever the structure is that enables stewardship of the street by businesses and property owners in partnership with the public sector, is important. We don't yet know what that looks like. We know you have a number of entities, and we're sort of trying to peel the layers on that piece of this work. Who's doing what resources are available for what, and that will be part of our administrative capacity assessment.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Steve, glad to have you in this position. It's been long overdue, and I feel like we're in good hands with you and Ms. Ortiz and Street Sense. Thanks for this work. I'm excited. I think we are in a good position to reinvent ourselves and remain competitive. I think we are at an interesting and exciting point in kind of the market right now to be able to do that. And I like a lot of the ideas that you propose there. One of the things that I've been hearing from residents for years is the concern of retail in Palo Alto, and whether this is true or not. I think you showed some interesting data. I'm looking forward to additional studies on this, but there is a sense in Palo Alto that we are losing retail, or at least true community serving retail, or retail with a true kind of Palo Alto spirit or energy to it. And I don't know how we reclaim that, but I am a believer in kind of destination shopping and experiential and creating kind of more retail experiences. My wife and I, about once a year, will go down to San Luis Obispo and spend the weekend there. And really the only thing we do there is go into its downtown and enjoy the restaurants and the bars and the shopping. And we will spend pretty much the whole weekend down there. And I've always really admired what they've been able to do. And now kind of looking into it and studying their website a little bit more, I can see it's a real kind of concerted effort that they have put forward. I don't know, Ms. Ortiz, have you worked with San Luis Obispo, or at least familiar with some of the models that they use?
No, but we have a practice dedicated to hospitality and destination. So, we do have experience addressing these issues in terms of marketing for tourism and travel.
Great. And so I have a few questions I'll have on that. So, I do think, I thought this idea of the holiday promotions, Steve, that you were talking about, I love that idea. I don't see why we can't expand that beyond the holidays and make that full time. And you might be preparing to do that anyways. The city clerk can just kind of put up that website that I shared with you. This is just a website from San Luis Obispo, just downtown slow. And it's an interactive map. I don't see why we can't do something like this here. You've got easy tabs for events, farmers market. You can click on any of these tabs and find all the restaurants and shopping in their downtown. And I assume you click on any of those links, and it might even send you to the store. I think these are some kind of common sense changes that we can make and work with the chamber to be able to do this. Oh yeah, look at that, perfect. So this is something I think we should definitely kind of look into more. Another thing, and so this might be a question for you, Ms. Ortiz. Thanks, Leslie, appreciate it. Another thing that they do in San Luis Obispo, I notice, is this sort of kind of pop-up business model. And I don't know if you've seen this in other communities, and I don't know exactly the details of how it works, but it seems like they have a few designated shops in their downtown where every 6 months or so, a new business kind of appears, and it looks like it's really geared towards local business and giving people an opportunity to get their foot in the door and to show off their retail goods, and then with the hopes that they then will move into a permanent location elsewhere within the city. So yeah, I think that kind of gives me excitement to know that we can kind of do something similar in Palo Alto. Yeah, because I've always been a big fan of downtown and California Avenue and Midtown Shopping Center, which I live right nearby. But I've heard from many people over the years that they don't feel like it's the same. And I don't know if that's true or not. And maybe it's the data you were showing us, Ms. Ortiz, that there is just so much more competition now within the region that University Avenue no longer has the pull factor that some of these other downtowns have. But I do think it creates an opportunity for us. I do think a lot of it, though, is the cleanliness. I'm glad you brought that up. I hear frequently from residents frustrations over trash and other issues in downtown and California Avenue, frequently getting emails from residents in Midtown that there's overgrown planters and trash there. I think that's a big part. This is, I think maybe be able to use kind of there's some like more simple psychology approaches. Like I know like the Disney parks, what they do is they recognize if you can see a trash can, you're much more likely to actually throw your trash away than dump it on the ground. And so anytime when you're in one of the parks, you can see a trash can. Maybe it's something as simple as us being able to do that, as well as reinvesting more. Continuing on with like the holidays, Steve, I think Councilmember DeWois was talking about some different events. One thing I really like, the downtown Los Altos holiday stroll. I'd love to see us do something like that. Again, seems like a good natural partnership with the chamber. Just that the description from the website, it's very short, but it describes it well. It says, discover unique gifts, sparkling lights, festive music, shopping specials, and fun at many downtown Los Altos shops, and to begin your evening with dinner at one of our many fine restaurants. So it's just a great pool to go out to downtown Los Altos to enjoy that. I've been there frequently for that event, and it's just such a festive experience. And every time I do, I'll have dinner in the downtown. I'll shop around. I'll see shops that I want to go back to in the future. I'd like to see us do more of that. Another thing, I think the city, we need to get better at code compliance. I mean, I know there's a lot of residents that feel that in many walks of life here in Palo Alto, but we do have a history of a lot of non-compliant businesses that have existed for years and are just simply not enforced. And it just creates an uneven playing field where residents feel like they are expected to follow the rules. And yet, if you're a business in Palo Alto, you don't have to. And I think it just sends the wrong message that they can get away with that. And so making sure we are enforcing that is important. And then I have a question on like legacy businesses. I know some cities do a lot to protect those legacy businesses. I know San Francisco does some things. Councilmember Du Bois talked about the Stanford movie theater. We got Bell's Books. I mean, what are some things that you've seen or that we can do to protect those legacy businesses, or at the very least, try to help promote them? I think we do very little when it comes to promoting some of the unique, whether they be tourist attractions or just unique shops here in the Bay Area. Like I know I go to other cities and there's flyers in hotels advertising those types of attractions. I don't think we do that here. And so it's kind of a two-part question, Ms. Ortiz, as far as what can we do to help protect legacy businesses and what can we do more to promote them as well as just the city?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, you want to jump into strategies.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some familiarity with a number of cities that have attempted, support for legacy businesses, whether it's grants and, defining what a legacy business is, promoting businesses in general, promoting small businesses, shop local. These are all ways in which you can get at addressing some of these legacy businesses. And so when we get to strategy, if we come out of this exercise and it's clear that we need it, there's consensus among you and the data suggests it, we will dig into a set of best practices that help us understand how we could perhaps replicate some successful, tactics here. So yeah, I would say we can absolutely look into that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I think it's clear. Retail is not dead. We just need to reinvent ourselves a bit to make sure that we continue to strengthen it and attract shoppers here. And so thank you. I appreciate your work.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I really wanted to thank you for your work here. It seems like you really have a good pulse as to what's going on, which is great. You had a lot of really interesting insights. I think the insight I really appreciated was something to the effect of this, what people want and what people shop. And unfortunately, they're not necessarily the same. And I think that's actually a good summary of the issue here. And I think I love the maps that you have about showing the competition, the level of competition. The competition for us, 20, 30 years ago, that we were king of the hill, but today we are far from that. And so I think us as a city needs to be much, much more competitive. We're not going to necessarily have tenants flocking to us like maybe we did before. And so I think we have to keep that in mind, because without that, if we're like super picky, make it really hard, people just aren't going to be here. So I think you summarized it really well. To get to the questions you asked, so the first one, I think we need a better diversity of retail. I agree with the comments that some of my colleagues made in terms of, not everyone here in Palo Alto is rich. I think that's a kind of a misnomer. There are some people here who are really rich, but I think most are not. And you look at what store is like super busy. Costco, Jesus, like that place was a madhouse, like really, really busy because you have good prices. I think that like we have a ban on chain stores. That's certainly not going to help, because some of the most viable retailers, physical retailers, are actually our chain stores. They have a formula that works. And so when we put a ban on chain stores, it creates vacancies basically, and that's not good. But yeah, I think the times of when we could be super picky about what kind of retail we want in our city, we want to have like a super small boutique retail that nobody shops at, it's not going to be viable right now. I think that's just not in the cards for us at this point in time. So I think that's the first thing. That's what I think. That's what success of retail, that people really want to shop at. Some of the restrictions we have to make it super tough. I know I've talked to several retailers who were trying to locate here in the city, and even the permitting could be crazy. I was talking to one business owner, and he's trying to get a smoothie shop set up on University Avenue, right? And I think he was paying rent for like a year, and he's stuck maybe 2 years, some ridiculous amount of time, and could never get approval. And it was like, versus other cities where the process, they were like kind of were all over themselves to try to help people open up. And so I think we have to change the mentality here of thinking that people are going to flock to us and they're going to bend to our rules, and we're going to make it super hard and super tough and be super picky, to realize that it's a competition. It's a competition, as you said, the market's now for the tenants, not necessarily for the cities. And so we got to keep that in mind. In terms of the second question, I think probably the biggest fundamental challenge, and you said it well, which is, we had the pandemic. I think people realize work from home is now a thing. It's viable. Hybrid is now a thing. I know a lot of, in fact, I can't think of any company that has gone full, like everyone back in office all the time. I mean, at least in terms of my industry, everyone either has gone all virtual or severely hybrid, right? Maybe 2 or 3 days in the office. And so the reality is those workers that used to come to our city, our city used to double basically in size. It's simply not happening, and I don't think it's going to happen. I think the tide has turned. I think it's very, very unlikely right now. Not unless we start having uses in our city like manufacturing or something where you have to be there. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge, is how do we adapt to the fact that we no longer have so many workers coming to our city and shopping and dining and staying in our hotels. I think that's the big challenge. And that's also why I think we have to be much more flexible than we've been, much more business friendly than we've been. And I don't think that business tax that we're trying to push and pass tomorrow is going to help, right? I think it's going to make it even tougher for businesses to be here and to have workers here because they have a choice. They don't have to be here anymore. In terms of number 3, it's a question. I want the answer to be yes, right? And I worry that the answer may be no. And I think if we continue to do what we're doing, I think the answer is no, unfortunately. And so one question I have for you guys, I don't know if you guys have looked at this, but have you looked at the retail vacancies in our city versus other cities like Mountain View or Burlingame and other cities? Like how do our retail vacancies compare? Do you know?
Yeah, we have not looked at the vacancy.
We should probably look at that.
We absolutely will. That is a critical piece of this.
We've got to hold the mirror up and look ourselves in the mirror because I think we're not doing that right now. And I think our downtown used to be the preeminent jewel of the area. And I think we need to really spruce it up. I think we need to, in terms of the permanent park, I think we should put that on hold because it's a big distraction. There's a lot of political issues going on. I think we should put full steam ahead and more of a revitalization of of University Avenue, where it's not so haphazard. Things are clean. We don't have all these temporary barriers. I think that needs to be accelerated. I think we should put all of our energy on that. I like some of the pictures you've shown and the points you made about cleanliness and all that kind of stuff. But it's kind of like, who wants to go eat at a dirty restaurant? Nobody wants to do that, right? And the same thing, who wants to go eat in a dirty city? Nobody wants to do that. And so we got to clean it up, right? And I don't think we could take 2 years. I know that staff, given the political process here in our city, feels that that's probably the best we can do. But I really think we should try to shoot for a year. I think we want this as soon as possible, so the certainty that the businesses here feel kind of goes away. So getting how we're going to handle the parking, how we're going to handle the cleaning, how we're going to handle the grading of the drainage. All that stuff needs to be kind of figured out so that people can invest and move full steam ahead. And so I think we should kind of focus on that for our downtown and put aside some of the distractions, like including the permanent parking, which is not quite permanent. It's kind of like a stopgap measure. But anyways, thank you for your work. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to wade into a number of the issues. One, just initially on kind of some of the data comparisons. We actually, I've seen for 15 plus years, periodic staff reports related to our sales tax trends, where we not only compare like here to our different locations, but we compare to what are our regional competitors. And that data is available with a good history. And within that is not necessarily clarity on the future, but it does provide valuable context, because we've had these discussions in a different setting, but about trends and what was driving those trends. I will say that these maps on 13 and 14, I don't know where you got this. There's a whole bunch of stuff that just doesn't make sense here. We had a lot more competition in 1990 than what you're showing here. And a lot of what you have today is not our competition. So I think it's not real critical for our discussion tonight, but going forward, we need to have what's really our competition. And then within that, it really needs to be broken down a couple of different ways. We have the high-end shopping center competition of basically Stanford Shopping Center and who they compete with. Frankly, with now, the years since Simon has taken over, they're very attuned to everything that's going on nationally and regionally as well. And I think part of the explanation of why they're thriving so well is because they know their market extremely well. There was a question earlier about comparing our downtown to Burlingame's downtown. And one of the key differences is that the high-end chain stores that are at Stanford Shopping Center in an area like Burlingame. They don't have that shopping center adjacent. Closest is Hillsdale. And so they attract a lot of those stores that instead move to Stanford Shopping Center. And we've even seen that migration from our downtown to the shopping center. I will add that in trying to have our downtowns really recover, the vibrancy that was on University Avenue was a big part of the draw to University Avenue. And so lack of vibrancy undermines that draw. And so vitality begets economic strength, and a dead downtown begets a downturn and a downward spiral. And so then we ask, well, how do you break out of that cycle? And a lot of it is, what are the things that actually bring vibrancy? It's not so much the people in the retail stores, it's the vibrancy that brings people there and they subsequently shop in the retail stores. The retail stores themselves aren't the vibrancy. So that is entertainment, it is food and beverage. We have interestingly, a long time history. When Stanford Shopping Center was open, it hollowed out our downtown for 25 years. And it was only when we went from essentially being a dry downtown that we had been for 100 years under as Stanford's guidance to alcohol that we had a real rejuvenation in University Avenue. And there were other factors, but that was probably the biggest one. And so food and beverage and entertainment is what turned around downtown and caused retail goods stores to begin to thrive again there. So the cause and effect is really important to follow. I want to follow on to, I think Councilmember Tanaka had mentioned that, and others, and Councilmember Stone, about the need to have really promotional materials. Our Cal Ave area has no signage, and it's on essentially a dead end downtown because it was once a grade crossing and a wide arterial, and now it is just a shopping district. And yet it's almost entirely lacking in signage. We were supposed to go forward with signage some time ago. Nothing has happened. And that goes into the issue of what are short-term measures. And there are a number of them that we are overdue by 2 years on. And they include signage, the apps, a good website, and those kinds of things. And a lot of those retailers have begged for that and said, oh yeah, that'd be great. We actually put $50,000 in available to the Chamber of Commerce a year ago to look at these kinds of things. And to my knowledge, that money hasn't been taken advantage of. In our downtown University Avenue area, you brought up the Business Improvement District. And back in the kind of early to mid 2010s, that bid was doing a good job. They had an executive director who had a lot of initiative on a fairly small budget. There was a problem in that he also thought that should become a political entity, and support for the bid was undermined by that. But at the same time, some great things were being done on special events and things like that. Like you mentioned that, having in some places, having the businesses or a nonprofit bid can do a better job in some of those things. And I think that was something that they excelled at. The app that Councilmember Stone showed for San Luis Obispo is exactly the sort of thing that a bunch of us have been begging for 2 years, and we just don't have it. The city's not doing it, the chamber's not doing it, and it's mind-boggling as to why something that is relatively low cost and potentially real high value isn't happening. So then I want to just I mentioned that comparing the high-end shopping centers is really one set of comparisons. And then our downtowns are another. And we compete with downtowns differently from how Stanford Shopping Center competes with high-end shopping centers. And I think a lot of what we were talking about tonight was how we compete on our downtowns. So I think we have to put those in two different buckets. And others have talked about how to make our downtowns more competitive. But I will say that the outdoor dining is the thing that is bringing vitality to our various areas that have it. And without that, those downtowns, Cal Ave and University, would be dead, and they'd be going downhill further. They're the things that are bringing people there. Now we need to convert that into how it really helps the retailers and others thrive as a result of that. And one of the things that just small was mentioned was, and you showed pictures on curating store windows in empty stores. Now that can happen much more easily when you have a shopping center that's owned by one entity. So how do you do it in a city that where that's not the case? And we can do outreach, but we could even mandate things like that. And the more I thought about that, I think that might be a really important thing. Others also asked about our lease rates. And one of the things that has been overlooked every time, we're boom and bust in Silicon Valley. And we had the dot-com boom and bust, and downtown was a ghost town. We had the Great Recession, downtown was a ghost town. And every time folks think it's the beginning of the end of University Avenue in our downtown, and it recovers, but it doesn't recover as fast as it could because the property owners there up until now, and they may be changing their mind in this setting, have said, no, I'm going to wait it out. I'm not going to drop rents appreciably. Every one of these downturns heard all kinds of retailers who would love to be in those locations, but not at $8 a square foot. And I don't know if you've come to understand what some of our lease rates are for retail. They're mind-boggling for retail. And it doesn't stand up with the current lack of workers that we have in offices, not only in Palo Alto, but in this region now. Those retail rates were driven by those numbers of workers and past patterns on bricks and mortar shopping that are changing. And we have a problem because there's often a lagging period where property owners are reluctant to adjust to a market because they're hoping it's all going to fix itself. So we can't really control that, but that is a big part of the problem that we may attribute to inherent attraction of those areas. And it is really compounded by extremely high lease rates. I did want to mention others that talked about some of our neighborhood centers, which are that and El Camino are another set of factors different from the downtowns. Midtown is kind of a really tarnished gem, and it's multiple owners, and that's always been a problem there. And I don't know what the solution is, but part of it is even code enforcement, but not wholly. We need more than that. And it may be that some things like special events can help, or who knows what. But that neighborhood actually has a strong sense of ownership for Midtown Shopping Center and has for a long while. And the neighbors can have a good sense of that's a local serving area and what would really work for them. That's where I would say that outreach is most important on resident stakeholders. And let's see. Another element which won't happen overnight, which is as we certainly are in a period where office density, workers occupying offices, is going to stay down for a long while. And it's until those same businesses or their replacements actually can grow in numbers of employees that they'll average out to the same number of employees on a given day that they historically had. So if everybody's working half-time in the office, they can employ twice as many people in the same square footage. That will take a number of years to percolate through the system before we get anything approaching the number of workers we used to have in our area. And frankly, I assume you've seen the stats. our return to work rate in this region is the lowest in the country. And so that's a phenomenon that's going on, and we need to look at that. I did want to mention something else on the sales tax comparisons. I think most useful would be an inflation-adjusted comparison when we're looking at 3 years ago, because the increases that we're seeing in sales tax, we might say, oh, well, they're doing better, but they're actually doing worse on an inflation-adjusted basis. And that's the number that really matters. Is the inflation adjusted. I will say that Town and Country's numbers from 2019 to to the following year, an increase of 30% as COVID hit, doesn't make sense. And I encourage you to re-examine that. If those are real numbers, then we ought to talk to Ellis Partners and ask them for how did that happen? It shows an increase of from 528,000 to 692,000, or excuse me, those thousands. An increase of almost 30% as the COVID hit. If so, they did better than anywhere in the country. I don't get it. Okay. And I was starting to say last thing is that our downtowns, as we're adjusting away from fewer office workers, housing in the downtowns have the potential to really bring great vitality and not just customers, but a sense of vitality in a place that's really active and lived in. That's not going to happen overnight, but I think it's something for us to bear in mind as we're thinking about these things. Okay, a couple other rounds. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you for allowing me to have a second round. I wanted to also put in front of you that, the city is very lacking in retail or services for the youth. So it would be nice to explore that as well when you return youth, the seniors, people with disabilities, be it all inclusive, right? Then the other thing is I would like to see how a closed street looks successful with retail and all of that, everything that is involved. The last presentation with another city that was presented wasn't as impressive as I'd like it to be, but I would like to know something from you where you see a successful a successful closed street where there's a vibrant mix of businesses, restaurants, and how that would encourage people to have retail stores on a closed business. Then I was going to ask council liaisons. Is there council liaisons to any of the steering committee groups or anything like that?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. As mentioned to Councilmember Du Bois, we have not stood up that steering committee yet, so we don't have council liaisons or anything for that. This engagement is meant to be a chance for council to weigh in, offer input as you're doing, hopefully address the questions that StreetSense posed, and we can try to identify those areas of consensus as we go forward. There'll be another opportunity in January when they return with a high-level diagnostics review, and then again at the end of the process for council to engage.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry I made you repeat that. But also on the bid, I think you already mentioned that you would come back and kind of let us know whether it's going to be separate bids or are we going to have one comprehensive bid. So I'd like to explore that as well. I'd also like to see that, if there's an opportunity to collaborate with the nonprofits that we have here so that there's also not just shop locally, but also hire locally for some of our retail and retail-like businesses. And then resource impact. In the staff report, I just want to confirm here, there's ongoing funding of less than 25. I guess I just want to reassure that this is going to be a permanent item on our budget because this is for the future and it's a long-term investment into our economic success.
Yes, rest assured, Vice Mayor, the ongoing position is funded. And then as mentioned in the staff report briefly, trying to explain, there's a small portion of additional funding on top of that. And so the contract we have with StreetSense is for this year. The funding for that was allocated through last year's budget process. That contract is fully funded for the duration of their term. this position in the city manager's office is funded on an ongoing basis. The work that happens throughout the city is funded on that ongoing basis, but there's a small portion of additional consultant funding. One of the things we're looking at with the development of this comprehensive economic development strategy is how do we scale? What do we want to focus on? Do we have the right resources to pursue all of that as we go forward? What's the next thing to step into that we think is most important? Are we scaled appropriately to address that? If not, we may need to return to council for those resources to address it.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the reassurance. You know, in terms of closed streets, right? So naturally and also parklets, we're going to be losing some of our parking spaces. So which takes me to ERT 11, right? That one on the California Avenue subscription parking program, it's been dropped. And I didn't know what the subscription parking program, I mean, I didn't comprehensively understand it. But I think that instead of, so dropping that, but I think there needs to be a development of to ensure that there is sufficient use of public transportation as well as sufficient parking, because parking is, maybe you want to come back with something to let us know that, you know, whether parking is important or not important to retail, but I believe it is. So if there is a robust, I know that it's still being worked on, but I haven't seen the TDM plan that I've liked. You know, maybe even suggestion of collaborating with the TMA, you know, folks to see what that might look like. But I think that there needs to be discussion on that as well. Okay, and lastly, I just want to say that it's really great to read that, you know, that your place shapers, brand builders, and storytellers, right? So we have our shopping center here. Downtown doesn't have to look like every, you know, Burlingame or something. It'll be great if it's something unique, which draws people in, and also our residents would find it, you know, special as well. So thank you for letting me go the second one.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I want to talk in this round about competition and then the 3 questions. So slide 18. Yeah, and I think you probably actually underplayed this a bit, and maybe that will come out in the data part. But like, if I just think, you don't need to put it up, I was just referring to the slide number. You know, Menlo Park has just established an art and design district in their downtown. And I think that's with some support from the businesses, creating a sense of identity, a sense of place and connections. Much of Los Altos's downtown has a single owner who is committed to creating a space that works for families and adjusts the rents accordingly. So I think in the past, downtown was certainly known as a great place to work. And the question is, what is it going to be in the future? What is that tagline? What is it that we envision? And we're going to have to play some offense, but we're probably going to have to play some defense. So if Menlo Park has got their art and design district, like are we focused on making sure that design within reach stays here and doesn't move to Menlo Park? Where is defense in our strategy? In addition to, you know, sort of our hopes and dreams for what we might have available. You know, that if I just step back and think about the number of times we've talked about what downtown could be, and I agree with the comment that if we had more people who lived here, that would probably make it more interesting all times of the day and potentially of the night, although I don't know that that's exactly what we've contemplated in our housing element. But, you know, part of the reason that I voted the way I did on the non-residential cap is that I would like us to have the opportunity to have a performing arts space, right? If we're talking about events and things that would bring people frequently, I think we have to think a little bit more broadly about what is it that would draw people when you know, Palo Alto's downtown is no longer, you know, the great place to work that it was, because there were so many people here and it was filled with that vibrancy. So I really appreciate the emphasis on competition here, and the competition is our immediate neighbors. And we do need to come up with what is it that downtown is going to be, and how are we going to make that happen? Okay, now turning back to the questions just in a little bit more depth. So in terms of the first question, what does it look like to the residents of Palo Alto? I think I spoke last time about, separating out what people here need and want and what a strategy might be for guests and visitors. But I liked the suggestion that we think a little bit, it wasn't described this way, about demographics. So what do families with young children need? What do our senior citizens need? What might teens need? They apparently need a lot of boba places. I know that Dr. Horowitz is horrified about all that sugar that they're ingesting. So I think a little bit of attention to that will help us and also location will help us think about like, what are the things that people, need. So I think in terms of number one, we have really not discussed the fact that sales tax is one of our three largest sources of revenue, and that revenue funds the services that people care about. So let's make that explicit in whatever it is we're doing. I think it's assumed implicit in what we're talking about today, but it won't be well understood by the community. In terms of framing our most significant economic development challenges, I really think it's the change in employees first. And, a few years ago before COVID, I would have said it was the change in shopping habits. That's still there. It's number two. But the change in employees is the biggest challenge we have. It's just messing with the ecosystem that we were relying on, and we really are going to have to make some changes. So when I get to, I was talking about people were jumping to like strategy, et cetera. But if I think about the partnership with Stanford, which I mentioned in the prior round, I actually think that's a really great area to do co-marketing around arts and culture. When you book a flight on Southwest, they're like, hey, do you want to stay in this hotel and do you need a car? And when someone books something at Bing, should they be getting a like, hey, if you want to stay overnight, here's local hotels and that's just, anyway, free advice, worth what you paid for it. Okay, so finally, question number 3. My answer is yes. But I actually think the question is, are we willing to make changes? I agree with Councilmember Tanaka that we have to look in the mirror and we can't rest on our laurels. So that I think will be the interesting question for us. And I think some of it's about downtown, some of it's about California Ave. I think we'll find a way to make the neighborhoods work. Because people are spending more time at home because they're working at home. So I have every confidence that collectively we'll figure out how to make those local neighborhoods serving retail work better. But I think the University Ave and the Cal Ave are the ones where we've got to really put some effort into thinking, what are they going to look like in 20 years? And what do we have to do now to get there? And look forward to seeing the progress.
I just have a few other follow-ups. One, when you were talking about the square footage of retail per capita, I'd encourage you to look at that a little bit differently, because Stanford Shopping Center is a regional and even national and international draw those shoppers. So it's not local serving. And so you might want to look at pulling that off, and then what's that ratio? I also want to really, and to note on the El Camino Real growth, I'd parse the automotive sales there, because I think the conclusions that that's being driven by local use of that for goods and services, I don't see it. I think it's probably being driven by the automotive sales. But then lastly, the real criticality of doing some things sooner. If we wait for a master plan, we could see our downtowns go downhill further or not recover. But if we soon invest in moderately low cost initiatives, that I think will begin a process of an upward trend in those areas. And we've already talked about some of those, but the attitude of property owners and businesses that they really see a positive future would be very influenced by making some near-term quick investments and not turning those into a multi-year master plan. We need to get going on low-hanging fruit sooner rather than later. And I'll just even put the cards on the table. If we come back with a proposal for a long-term master plan, and I'm not seeing the progress on near-term initiatives on early investment, I'm going to be disinclined to move on the longer term if we aren't showing that. I think the business community needs to see it, and I think it'll have a positive trend and begin the support for these sorts of investments that we're talking about longer term. So I'd like to see those long-term investments, but not instead of near-term ones. And on some of the measures too, I really value seeing some concrete timelines. We see things like on the University Avenue streetscape design, it says that it's on track. I have no idea what that means. So let's talk about this is scheduled to happen in this time frame, and so that we're really seeing what those things mean. And then I'll add just one other on the CalAV. We've had a number of restaurants who have wanted to open there over the last 2 years and have not been able to because our parking restrictions don't allow them to move into spaces that were formerly goods retail spaces. That is a fix that's been needed for 2 years, and we just need to get going on it. That street would have more vitality, and that would also help the goods retailers by just having more vitality there. So that's, I think, my last comment, and I don't see other lights, so thank you all very much. You have, oh, I'm sorry, we have public speakers. Do we? Okay, our first speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Rachel C. I don't see a last name there. And to be followed by Annette. I'll bet I know. No? And she may be pulling her card. So first speaker, Liz Gardner, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. This is really fascinating. As a resident of Palo Alto, I really appreciate this presentation. I'm quite worried about some of the things that weren't mentioned in this presentation, and that are the vitality of our fabric of this city. And one is the cultural value of bringing people out. One of those things that I just experienced in Redwood City was their Day of the Dead festival, which brought out thousands of residents in Redwood City last night. And there was a street fair, there was music, there was a lot of just honoring of that cultural event. The other thing that just really was not mentioned is the two elephants in the room, which is customer service. You guys talk a lot about, can you hear me still?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Is customer service with our labor force. That is sorely lacking. I think that a resident will return to a retailer where there is really good customer service. And when you get good customer service, you have good paying employees, and you have a loyalty to that store, from the boss, from the property owner to the customer that comes in time and time again. And you can have all kinds of apps and you can have all kinds of websites, but really it's the interface that we are missing in this town. The other thing is housing. That's the other elephant in the room here. If we provided housing for our labor force, retailers and businesses and small businesses would not be so worried. There is a huge labor shortage in this town. People are hiring, people are quitting to go to other jobs, people are coming in to work restaurant jobs from Sunnyvale to Los Banos. So, you know, when we talk about vitality, we need to talk about the cultural significance of our town. What are we offering? What are people here for? Not just the worker, the everyday white collar worker. You know, this is a very significant, you might want to look at Chico, California, their downtown area. They also border a university, almost died about 20 years ago. And the city and the community got behind it and got underneath it and really, really revitalized that area. I would strongly suggest it's a very similar demographic. Of course, doesn't have the wealth, but climate change is here. We need to build housing that's affordable downtown so that workers can feel like they belong and be here as much as anybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel C., to be followed by Karen Holman. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry, it's Rachel Croft. I wasn't sure how to C-R-O-F-T. And this is similarly, I'm super fascinated by this. It's really awesome that we're doing this. I've had a lot of thoughts about Palo Alto as I see the changes or just see how the city is, being a longtime resident of the region. One of the things is I'd like to encourage us to try to get businesses in with a range of price points. I totally agree. We can't have all luxury goods places or things that are super expensive, because we have a big range of economic families in the area. Like, for example, on University, having another rug store. I mean, how many rugs really, like, how often do you buy a rug? You just go by and it looks like blight to have like massive numbers of rug stores on University Ave. Second point is, you know, you don't go out thinking I'm just going to throw some of my dollars out of my pocket at some, you're not going shopping just to get rid of your dollars. You're going shopping for an experience. Like, a lot of times you need something, right? You're just going to go there, surgical strike, get your thing, come out. But a lot of times you're really going for the experience. And so I really encourage us to look at what is the experience of the person who's going shopping. I have Google Maps up of Midtown Shopping Center. It doesn't look like a shopping center. It's just literally a bunch of stores along Middlefield. And if you walk out after buying something, you just want to get in your car and leave, because that place is not attractive. There's no place to walk. There's no place to sit. There's no, greenery. So one of the things that was a main thought I had about Palo Alto that I would really love to see us do is, you know, if you've been to Europe and you've seen like cities that have a central square where people gather, it's just so wonderful. People will spend time there, and then they'll go get a coffee, or they'll get a drink, or they go to a restaurant, or it just encourages people to spend more time. And the examples that were shown by the consultants, some of them were inside of businesses. Well, it's great to have it inside a business, but you can't just sit inside a business forever, right? It's nice to have these be public squares. I think that's one of the reasons why Stanford Shopping Center has been so successful. It is a beautiful place. You may just want to go in there to see the landscaping and sit around and talk. It's beautiful. So I think we do have a lot of parks. We're blessed by a lot of parks in Palo Alto, but the parks are not surrounded by retail. So if you want to have people enjoying where they are combined with retail, I think you either need to put some elements of park inside the retail or some elements of retail inside the park, like Ada's, for example, at Mitchell Park. I guess one downtown that's closed that comes to mind is Boulder. I haven't been there for a while, but they have a beautiful closed downtown mall. Separate the people from the cars, and people will stay there for a long time. So appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former Mayor Karen Holman, to be followed by our final speaker, John Schenk. Welcome.
Good evening. And not that this is a passion, but can I have 20 minutes? So first of all, thank you to Steve and to Street Sense and to you, City Council, for taking up this subject. I appreciate the work to date, and also appreciate this is only a first step in the work that's being done by Street Sense. That is to say that it's too soon to jump into any big code changes or anything like that that can have lasting implications. Think creatively and allow the consultants to bring their best ideas and a range of them. The arts, culture, entertainment, an important part of economic development mix. And I'd like to see a little bit more focus on that. It's a central part. The question came up about, if Mountain View or Menlo Park is doing this, what's Palo Alto going to do? I suggest that Palo Alto could actually be a cultural hub. Think of all the treasures that we have that we really don't promote or take advantage of being here. The Stanford Theater, which has come up, and that actually started out, I would say, as a pop-up when Mr. Packard was trying to test the market to see if, should I restore this theater or not? And the answer was yes. And so obviously he did. It's a huge treasure, unique on the peninsula. We just leave it out there on its own. Junior Museum and Zoo, the Magical Bridge Playground, Museum of American Heritage, the Art Center, the Winter Lodge. We have these gorgeous nature preserves, but we do little, if anything, to promote them. Again, these are all these treasures that we have that we just kind of leave on their own to survive or not. And I would throw into that mix actually also legacy businesses. We used to have and have had over time maps, brochures that were left at the visitor center, at hotels, that were in stores where people could pick them up and stick them in their pocket. Of course, a phone is really good to have, but people need to know that it's there. So sometimes a low-tech map is a good enough thing to drive people to their phones. I really appreciate, excuse me, sorry, the slides having to do with cleanliness. It's essential. How are we going to retain or attract new businesses when we don't present well? It sends a message that we don't have a pride of place, that we don't respect our visitors. So that's a low-hanging fruit. Let's get cleaned up first. And when we have a lot of things to offer and can highlight those, there is also information that shows that office workers are more prone to come back to the office, if that's what we want to have happen, if there's something to come back to. Let's see, how can I do this? Our sign ordinance needs a thoughtful update. Don't forget, in all this wonderful conversation about the Edgewood Plaza, Midtown, Charleston Center, El Camino, there have been comments, but really I'd say focus on those. In the past, there has been conversation about having an ombudsman to help people get through a process. To Councilmember Tanaka's comment, yeah, I'm done. Tanaka's comment about taking so long to get through the process, an ombudsman has been discussed in the past. Maybe it's time to revisit that. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is John Schenk. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, City Council, and professional staff. My comments are focused on the downtown area, and we implore you to prioritize economic development, as Palo Alto has enjoyed a strong business tailwind for decades and is not needed to compete to have been competitive. The economy's evolved and we're underperforming even prior to COVID. We're excited to participate in this valuable process and want to reiterate a few points we hope you will hear. One, please pause the permanent parklet program analysis until after this process is complete. Staff time is very slim, and to allocate any time on a program that may well not be the best permanent solution is far too costly on a daily basis. Please allocate additional resources right now to Public Works and the Police Department to improve cleanliness and safety in the downtown, probably throughout the city. These are very basic factors, and they're critical, and they were needed to start last year. Relatedly, thank you for extending the temporary parklet program. This is the best way to go for now, but with a couple modifications to address neighbor complaints by requiring letters of support, as well as safety and code violations that were already raised by staff. Please leverage the many dedicated property owners and businesses, as they have a lot of experience and resources to draw upon. The examples given tonight of privately owned and managed properties lead in this area of economic development. The effort scope needs to encompass retail, residential, hospitality, office, and Stanford, which is all of those, as all are critical spokes on the economic community wheel. Office was the hardest hit due to COVID shutdowns and new work from home changes, and that fact has had significant ramifications on the retail and hospitality industries. Our retail areas, especially downtown, in addition to being made broadly welcoming to retailers who desire to open in our city and a place shoppers want to visit, must also attract and support the future office workers in order to thrive. We see office markets such as Palo Alto strategically positioned to attract daytime workers, as many work from home and refuse to go into the bigger central business districts like San Francisco, and they will go to work, whether it's a day a week or 5, in an environment that is attractive, active, clean, safe, and near their homes. Our plan should assume the office population returns in the future as businesses adjust and recalibrate their space needs. As we and our neighbors add to all the housing required, office spaces will be desired and utilized by local residents. I have heard very positive feedback so far on Mr. Guagliardo and Street Sense's outreach and professionalism. So I think we're off to a great start. And I want to thank you and let you know the business community looks forward to participating in the process and helping to bring about some positive changes as soon as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So that concludes this item, unless you have anything else? No? Good. All right. So why don't we go ahead and before proceeding to our break, go forward with next item, which is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We do not have any that I'm aware of at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did want to just call to your attention and to the public that on your consent calendar, staff did submit an at places memo that provided some additional information on number 7. This is agenda item number 7.
Okay. And our next item then is public comment on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight? Our first speaker is Lynn Chiapella. Welcome.
Lynn Chiapella speaking.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I used to go downtown and enjoy going downtown, strolling around, and it used to be fun. And now I don't feel like it's fun anymore. The things that I used to do have disappeared off the street. So my comment is, if I want to do something and I have to go downtown, I simply drive my car, park, run into the UN or to the business, run out, get in my car and go home. It simply isn't fun anymore. However, I do go down to First Friday in Los Altos and stroll around and shops that are open. Like I might go in and buy a puzzle because I'm just looking at the bookshop and it's bright and it looks fun. And I just walk in and go like, oh, I know someone who would really like that. And I don't feel that way anymore. So I think that as time goes by, we should have a more lighthearted, make things more fun for people of all kinds to come downtown. Children, maybe even a little playground. The second part of this is I think that Midtown, Edgewood, Charleston have been severely neglected. And I think these are areas that a lot of people shop in. And I think that we should honestly include all areas to make them more interesting and fun to come to. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Annette Glankoff. Welcome.
Segue from the last topic. Good evening, Midtown Center. Being 6 in my neighborhood, when I go out in my neighborhood, I try to do the things I should. To give cookies, pet cats, and play, I do it almost every day. This is one of the 6 poems from the beloved Midtown Poetry Wall that's such a deep part of the Midtown history. It's as iconic to Midtown as the Greg Browns are to the rest of the city. Tonight, several of you council members have asked that I come and comment on the letter that I sent about the last Art Commission meeting. The original purpose of the poetry on the wall was to respond to and embrace the theme of community in the heart of Midtown Center. This theme is even more important today than ever. Judging from the smiles the poetry brings to the faces of the residents, old and new, who enjoy the wall, it's clear the wall is continuing to inspire and delight our community. Now the paint on the wall is blistering and needs repair. The Art Commission did vote to decommission the art and will decide in 2 weeks to paint it over or two options to restore it. I have over 45 letters, close to 50, including a few of mine, that support the restoration of the mural for another generation to enjoy. One of the past issues in the commission meetings was the cost of the repair, not the desires of the Midtown and greater community. Ironically, I come to you at a night when you're voting to spend $235,000 for dinosaurs at the Children's Art Museum and Zoo. That's 20 times more than the $18,000 needed to preserve the Midtown art for 8 to 10 years. Many of us in Midtown feel that we're the stepchild, the Cinderella of funding, especially for art. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm all for the dinosaurs, and I would even love some in Midtown, much more public art. One of the most enduring values of public art is a reminder of our shared values, heritage and culture. Public art creates a sense of attachment that can enrich us, and that is what our Midtown Poetry Wall brings to us. To paint over the site with its unique Midtown history would be devastating to all the folks who worked on the contest, people who supported the effort, local businesses, and most of all, the artists themselves. All five of the artists wrote supportive letters to keep the wall. Please, as council members, set the tone to the commission to listen to the community and not to destroy what so many of us have worked so hard to implement. Thank you for supporting the preservation of our Midtown history by restoring the poetry wall for 8 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, and to be followed by Winter Dellenbach. And then our final speaker is Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I hope you are doing well. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I'm a leader of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. I'm here tonight to raise awareness about the next phase of the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, the implementation phase. Thank you so much, council members, for supporting SCAP and propelling it forward, further emphasizing your prioritization of climate action. I want to take a moment to highlight the hard work of staff on the next plans in the SCAP. The staff plans on bringing a 3-year work plan to council in early December. Once approved, the city can begin moving into implementation at full force and capacity, and we can begin bringing all residents into climate-forward solutions and programs. The 3-year work plan goes into depth surrounding specific action items and priorities. The plan prioritizes modernizing the grid by building a more robust grid with higher electrification capacity, building programs that strategically reduce emissions in the most high-impact areas, which include within single-family homes, raising awareness in the community through outreach, addressing concerns, and debunking common myths, and finally, identifying the remaining areas where emissions can be reduced so that the final 9% of the emissions reductions needed to achieve 80 by 30 can be identified and finalized. Thank you to the council. You have all done an amazing job supporting climate action with the carbon neutrality by 2030 goal, the SCAP goals and key actions approval, as well as the approval of the heat pump water heater program. And the next upcoming step is the implementation plan. So I urge the council to be conscious that this plan is in progress and get ready to support this work plan and help the city move faster in addressing the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by our final speaker, Liz Gardner.
Hi, I want to, I wasn't planning on this, but I want to say Annette Glankopf with the Midtown Poetry Wall. Things like the Midtown Poetry Wall is what give neighborhoods their personality, their identity, their charm, their pride, And it would be a shame not to put that little bit of money, $18,000 to restore that wall, let alone paid over it. This city should rise to the occasion. City Manager Shikata, if there's anything you can do, or somebody should step in here and get this right. Annette Glankoff is absolutely right about this. Our neighborhoods should be able to have their art resources, and this should remain in this neighborhood. But what I want to talk about is our resource in our neighborhood. One of them is Matadero Creek. There are three things. One, I hope you all know there was the second diesel spill at the VA in 3 weeks. It did not go into the creek, but it is just very worrisome that the VA cannot control their diesel spills. And we know that one went into the creek last year, the largest toxic spill into open water in 20 years in Palo Alto. And I just want to underline that that happened. I don't know what to do. Palo Alto doesn't have jurisdiction over the VA, but it's very worrisome. Two other creek items. Creekside Inn, we had 20.25 inches, a quarter inch of rainfall, and the creekside over at the Creekside Inn, that creek was flowing with water. It was absolutely spectacular when we have a rain. The Creekside Inn part of the creek is flowing with water, and it's gorgeous. And I hope you all saw that the article in one of our newspapers about 2 actual beavers are living and have established a lodge some time ago in Matadero Creek. We have a lot of wildlife. We have a lot of wildlife habitat in Matadero Creek, and we have to make sure it is protected, that we're good stewards of that creek, and we don't have diesel spills anywhere around that creek. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate why when I first moved here, I was in a quandary about where to get lower cost goods. This was 8 years ago. And I asked a fellow resident who had been born and raised in Palo Alto, and he quickly said, you just go to Mountain View or Redwood City. That's where you get cheaper things like gas or any kind of household goods. And even though that satisfied me a little bit, it put me in a quandary, like, well, why doesn't Palo Alto provide the very things that are important to Palo Altans? Let's just say, locksmith, or things that make our lives, the simple mechanics that make our lives go forward. So again, I wanted to ask City Council, what is our cultural significance here in Palo Alto? We do have a loyalty to our workers and how we move forward. The public art is so significant. Wire sculptures and artwork dismantled. And, I really liked what Vice Mayor said about why can't we have a Chinese grocery store here? In fact, wouldn't it be great? How about we take, we invite a Chinese grocery store to Fry's, right? Well, where that would be actually honoring that area and also the very people that it served, historically. So I just really wanted to, again, reiterate, if we provide housing for people of all income levels, we will see our city reinvest in itself. So, and have pride, and people would start saying, yeah, I want to be here. Yeah, I want to take care of my city. I want to help keep it clean. Right now, there's a real desperation, a real misunderstanding about, this idea that it's just about those day workers who no longer come in. We need to serve each other. And that's just as well as when we go into a shoe cobbler, that we greet them, that worker or that gas station attendants with, real respect, in a way that we say, hey, hi, how are you today? are you okay? You know, or how's your day going? You know, we can't take advantage of the worker that helps serve our very needs and keeps our economy moving, whoever's here. So we can build upon that. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will now proceed to the consent calendar. And do we have any members of the public who want to speak on the consent calendar? No members of the public are signed up, so we will now go to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
I'll be happy to move consent, and I'd also like to register a no vote on item 4.
And Councilman or Vice Mayor Koo.
I'd like to register a no vote on item number 7.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 8.
And I will second the motion.
I
And
have my hand up as well.
okay. Yep, I see yours.
No vote on
No,
4.
I was seconding it because everybody was speaking without a second.
Sorry.
Okay, that's why I jumped in. So Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I wanted to register a no vote on 4.
And Councilmember Philsett.
No on 7.
Okay, so we will take a vote with Council members Cormack and Du Bois, no on 4. Council members Philsett and Koo, no on 7, and Council member Tanaka, no on 8. The clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries. Sorry on these numbers. Okay, motion carries 5-2 on number 4. Motion carries 5-2 on number 7. Motion carries 6-1 on number 8 and unanimously on the rest. Thank you.
Okay. So if council members feel they need to speak to their noes, they're welcome to. Councilmember Cormack,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, just consistent with my previous position that we're no longer in an emergency.
Okay. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time I voted no on a consent calendar item. I can't believe I'm voting no on the dinosaurs. I don't like voting no on this item. I like the JMZ. Everybody likes the JMZ. Everybody wants to see it succeed. Finance Committee just recently saw a budget projection that not just is the JMZ going to need much larger general fund subsidy than was planned, but expenses are expected to go up $1 million next year and could be even higher. We could be looking at, as much as $3 million in subsidies from the general fund next year. Meanwhile, it's possible that even where they are with budgeted staff, they may yet be short-staffed. And so it sort of feels like on the JMZ, I mean, the city sort of gives us kind of optimistic projections of how much money they need, probably to, maybe not scare the finance committee or something. And then if those projections, don't materialize, they're confident they can come back and ask for more money because everybody likes the JMZ. And they know perfectly well that nobody wants to raise ticket prices to $18. We don't. And the truth is they may be right. Okay. But it's not a good way to run a railroad. And, the friends who are involved in this item as well, they work really, really hard. Okay. And have done magnificent work raising money, and they deserve, rigor from the city side as well. So here tonight, we're talking about a couple $100,000 to expand the dinosaur exhibit, and which the staff report says will help get more attendance, ticket sales, revenues and stuff like that. and that's all good. But, we're not really, the staff report, we're not really saying, well, the financial plan, it succeeds with 7 dinosaurs, but not with 3, does it? Right? I mean, I never read that in the prospectus for this thing, right? So, I mean, the truth is we should do this, right? As we all know. But the elephant in the room, okay, is Measure K tomorrow, okay? If Measure K doesn't pass, and I hope it does, okay, but if Measure K doesn't pass, we're going to be a world of hurt, okay? City's going to be cutting stuff. And yes, I understand that, on this item, we're talking about capital versus operations and so forth, but, those are not entirely unfungible, as we all know, right? And so we could find ourselves in a position of saying, we're going to prioritize an expansion of the dinosaur exhibit at the same time that we're cutting the College Terrace Library or some other terrible thing that the next city council would have to do. And that's a hard thing to look at right now. So the truth is I don't have the vote I want. Okay, the vote I want is, yes on this item if K passes and no if it doesn't pass, right? The vote I want is yes on $200,000 for the dinosaur, but no on certain aspects of our business management process in this department, right? But alas, I don't have that vote. I only have yes or no. And today on November 7th, and, touch wood, it might be different the day after tomorrow, right? Today, no is closer. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Koo.
I'm on the same finance committee as Councilmember Philseff, which is why this is a concern for me. This is money that I would really rather hold off on this and wait. And also, I think staffing is more important to me, that the staff members that we have there or that we have recently hired will remain and to afford them some stability. And like Councilmember Philseff said, if we see that there is some assurances of more funding tomorrow, then this might, be okay to move forward on. But also, I kind of want to have reassurances that the project itself is not going to end up with change orders or expanding. So the management of it needs to be kept in scope and that it moves forward within that price that is provided. Thank you.
I may have misspoke. I think Measure L is the one that applies more than K.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, actually, I'm actually persuaded by my colleagues' discussion on the dinosaurs. If you guys would want, I would be willing to pool it for us to have a discussion and to have a more considered measure on this. Otherwise, I'll change my vote to no.
Well, we have a process that I think we need to follow.
I know people have changed their vote in the past.
Yes,
so just a second, Mr. Councilmember.
Your rule provides that a council member who votes in the majority, which Councilmember Tanaka did, may change his vote while we're still on the item. So we are still on the item, so he may change that vote to no.
Okay, and I was wanting to clarify whether it's needing a motion to reconsider, which is also doable by a member who voted in the affirmative under Robert's rules.
That is a good
in this case,
question.
it's simpler.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So we will change the vote on item number 8 for on item number 7 for Councilmember Tanaka to a no vote. Or is that, that's a council members, the other council members did not vote to remove the item. They voted no.
They voted no. So if I can read the rule, a motion to reconsider may be made only during the meeting or adjourned meeting. So we're there. Requires a second, is debatable, not amendable. Must be made by one in the prevailing side, but can be seconded by any council member.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make the motion to reconsider.
Second.
And you need to speak up.
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to reconsider on the floor, which is whether you have to state what your motion is, Councilmember Tune.
My motion is that we pull item 7.
So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's a reconsideration of item 7 rather than reconsidering the whole consent calendar.
Agreed. Okay, so then we have a motion to pull item number 7. And if we don't have council, well, we don't even have opportunity for comments on a consent calendar item in that regard, would we?
So I think that's a motion to reconsider item number 7. So I think all council members have an opportunity to weigh in on whether they're yes, no, or pull on item 7. And then you'll know what you're going to be doing with that item.
I'm sorry, wait in what?
So the motion is to reconsider the vote on item number 7.
Yes.
Which was at 5-2. And so now you have an indication to pull the item, and every other council member has an opportunity to weigh in with their vote on that item.
Weigh in with their vote, but
Correct.
not speak to it is what I was referring to.
Correct.
Okay, so we will now vote on the motion to pull item number 7. And would the clerk please call the roll? Oh, Councilmember Cormack.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard the city attorney say that the motion is debatable.
The motion is debatable. That's
So we
correct.
could speak to this motion.
That's true. You can speak to the motion, yes.
Okay.
So I have my
Councilmember
light
So, excuse me, Councilmember Cormack, if I could just to sort of level set for the council, we are on the eve of the election. And so I do understand that some council members have budgetary concerns, but if we can just keep good hygiene and speak to our budget concerns in terms of the development of the city's budget in the future and try to separate that from any election matters, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, now, is it my floor?
It is.
Thank you. I'm not sure if all council members had an opportunity. We got an awful lot of at places memos today. But there is one on this item, and let me see if I can find it, because perhaps there's information in there that will be reassuring to my colleagues. Do you have the one page there? Do you mind? Okay, great. All right. And I had the opportunity to just double check this with Director O'Kane earlier today. Oh, I should definitely not have 5 minutes. Well, whatever. Maybe we have 5 minutes. So this is a contractual obligation. It looks like on the 3rd paragraph, it talks about federal grant requirements. And these things were contemplated. And I know my colleagues all understand the difference between what this is, which is capital funds, and operating funds. So I don't believe what this is today has any connection to how the operations of the Junior Museum and Zoo are. This is a obligation that we have had and that we agreed to with the Friends. So that is why I am comfortable continuing with this. I did ask a question about it during the, and I noticed that I think only one other council member asked a question about this item on consent. I certainly feel that it has been sufficiently answered in the supplemental report and that the funds are available and were intended for this purpose.
Okay, would the clerk please call the roll? This is a motion to pull item 7.
It needs to be corrected on the screen.
To pull item 7, not reconsider. Okay.
Oh, Councilmember Du Bois has his hand up. I don't know if he wanted to.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say I did see Councilmember Cormack's question and the At Places memo. This was still a close call for me. We are spending all of our exhibit money on this item. And I agree with Councilmember Phillips that the timing could have been better. But I would echo the desire to see kind of stricter budget management going forward. Steps to resolve the revenue challenge, the ticketing issues, et cetera. And, this is doubling our previous commitment in this area. I'm going to support the consent item as it was on the agenda, but I just want to say this was really a close call for me.
I'll just speak briefly as well. It's a close call for me too. I was struggling with it before. And given kind of all of the issues in flux on the sustainability of the Junior Museum budget, I think I want to have this reconsidered. I'm not certain that not going forward is the right approach, but I do want to look at it in the context of where we stand on what looks like an unsustainable budget on the Junior Museum. All right, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Du Bois,
No.
Councilmember Philseth,
No.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
So my understanding is that was a motion to pull the item, which requires 3 and did receive 3 yes votes. Councilmember Fulseth, you voted against it.
Councilmember Tanaka, I didn't hear clearly what you said. You said yes, okay.
So I believe the item is pulled and will be rescheduled at a future date.
Yes, that's
No.
correct. I'll work with staff to identify appropriate date.
All right. Yes, go ahead and speak on 8.
Okay, thank you. So on 8, kind of per our prior discussion, the city is not doing that well financially. We're have a couple of ballot measures tomorrow, which we'll see how that does. But 8 is, I think maybe 8 was considered a time when it was a super hot job market, hard to get people. But I mean, anyone has to open the news and look at what's going on. I mean, there's layoffs everywhere. I mean, almost every major company is laying off people. There's like a hiring freeze. I just don't know whether we need to spend this extra money on 8, on recruiting. It just seems like, given the financial issues that we've been having, I agree with what my fellow colleagues said, which is we need to really watch our spending, hold the line, and have better budgetary controls. So on something like this, which to me seems somewhat discretionary, and also given the fact that the job market's been changing big time, it's hard for me to justify spending money on this. Thanks.
Okay, so that concludes the consent calendar, and we now go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Could I get the city clerk's assistance in pulling slides up? All right, noting that we are a bit behind schedule, I'll go through this quickly. Next slide, please. You'll note that for the first time, perhaps in recent memory, there we are. We do not have a pandemic update, given that there's no real change since last week. And while we will continue to update the council and community on items related to the pandemic of note, no news is perhaps good news. So we'll keep it that way. Moving on, would note that tomorrow, as has been discussed, is Election Day. In California, individuals are able to register to vote on the day of election. And so if that is of interest, we do have voting centers provided on our webpage, as well as the drop boxes that are located throughout town, available until 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Next slide, please. Also want to note, our police department has issued an advisory. This is fairly unusual, but noting that there have been 11 cases of residential burglaries really over the last month, focused in this 7 to 9 p.m. time period. We do want to ensure that residents are aware of this, and noting some specific suggestions for residents to lock side gates, secure secure windows and not have keys available in locations that are likely to be discovered. And also, if there are suspicious activities ongoing, that we do provide the police non-emergency number 650-329-2413. Next slide, please. Oh, hate that 404 slide, as I'm sure we all do. All right, next. Okay, gotcha. Also, just want to call to community members' attention that we did issue a recent blog or community update that is really chock full of links and tips for ways to electrify or to install gas appliances or upgrades within your home. And you can find this on the city's web homepage under news. Again, a whole series of tips as well as links and tools for making choices that improve our ability to address climate change. Next slide, please. Okay, moving forward to upcoming events, being the holidays, we do have a number of events coming up that might be of interest to community members. First off, the Coverly Artist Studio Open House that will be happening this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Great opportunity to look at what the resident artists are up to and to participate in a variety of activities. Next slide, please. And you can roll directly from that morning activity or midday activity to the Climate Collaboration Summit that was noted earlier at Gunn High School gym from 12:30. Actually, I thought it was 1 p.m. So somewhere 12:30 or 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Again on Saturday this week at Gunn High School gym. Next slide, please. Then noting a variety of holiday-themed activities from the holiday toy drive that is kicking off next Monday with drop-off locations at Lucy Stern and Mitchell Park. Tree lighting coming up on December 2nd, and holiday promotions, as was noted during our study session. Mr. Guagliardo noted here, Stephen.Guagliardo. Any difficulty with the spelling there, you can check our webpage. Also, upliftlocal.org. We are soliciting local business promotions that they'd like to have included in the push marketing that we will be doing for the holidays. Next slide, please. Also, the city council members know and community members hopefully are aware that the housing element draft has now been issued and is available for a 30-day feedback or comment period. There are a number of upcoming sessions on November 16th. This is an online session for community feedback, as well as a joint City Council Planning Commission session that is scheduled on November 28th. And we know this is a tight time frame. We will actually be discussing a little later tonight one of the reasons for the tight time frame, but would like to ensure that community members are aware of this. Next slide, please. Then looking forward to city council items, a number scheduled next week, our semi-annual discussion with the independent police auditor, also discussion of leaf blowers and code enforcement. Then no meeting the following week on the 21st of November. The next meeting will be the 28th, where we will have, again, that joint council Planning Transportation Commission discussion of the housing element, and then a number of items to follow. Next slide, please. And that's it for my report. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And just to clarify on the Climate Collaboration Summit, the exhibits open at 12:30 and then the regular summit from 1 to 4. So we're both right.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right. So at this time, let's take a 10-minute break and begin with our action items. The first one is to address permanent changes to the municipal code on various land uses. And we're on break. Okay. We'll now proceed with item number 10, which is to review a staff recommendation that would introduce an ordinance to make permanent changes contained in a temporary ordinance amending Title 18 on zoning of the municipal code regarding definitions, broadening of permitted uses, and providing limits on certain uses through updates to the conditional use permit thresholds. Director Late, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. So Sheldon Ossing is going to give an overview and background on this item, but I wanted to just maybe provide a little more context in light of the study session discussion that you just had. This doesn't propose major changes to, apologize. This doesn't propose any major changes to the city's zoning regulations. This isn't, as Sheldon will get into it, this was intended to be a quick fix to help retailers at the outset of the pandemic. And these quick fixes sometimes tend to drag on for a bit of time. And so what we're presenting to you tonight is an ordinance to either codify these discrete changes that we made, if you are satisfied with that, and knowing that we're going to come back with some future changes based on street census work and another consultant that we have also working with our department to tailor regulations for our commercial districts, the neighborhood commercial districts, and citywide. So this is a, you can either support this ordinance to codify and keep things going as it is, or you can reject it and just go back to our previous regulations. What we're suggesting and hoping for, if I can be bold about this, is that we don't continue the item for some adjustments or changes, because those are some areas where I think we need to do some additional work, and we're already tasked to do that. So with that, Sheldon Ossing, if you wouldn't mind leading us through your presentation.
Thank you for the introduction. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is to adopt an ordinance for changes to the Palo Alto Code to make permanent the temporary ordinance, modifying some retail use definitions, limiting certain commercial uses, and relaxing conditional use permits thresholds for certain uses. Next slide, please. So yes, this evening, just providing a little overview, some background on how we got here. It's been a couple of years, actually. And an overview of this temporary ordinance, some of its effectiveness that we've noticed since the adoption, as well as a summary of the draft ordinance that we are recommending to make permanent, some and recommendations on that, and then as well as some of the next steps. Next slide, please. So that's a little bit on the background. Next slide, please. So this all started in the fall of 2020 as an information item on the effects of the pandemic on the economy. And to address these vacancies, staff was directed to come back to the council in quick order with a temporary ordinance that would help streamline the process for certain businesses. And so that temporary ordinance had its first reading in December of that year. And what was typically a straightforward second reading and adoption ended up being more involved. So we did have some new council members come on board in January 2021. So we had subsequent meetings in January and March and April. And there was some concern that the streamlining went a little too far in focus areas such as University Avenue, California Avenue, and the Town and Country Village Shopping Center. Next slide, please. So we did have some direction from the council to refer some items to the PTC, as well as just normal course of action when considering ordinances is to go to the PTC recommendation. Back in March 2022, they had continued the item to a date uncertain. And during that time in June of 2022, the temporary ordinance would have expired. This council did extend that to December of this year. And then we went back to the PTC in August, just a couple months ago, where they recommended extending the temporary ordinance. So we'll talk a little bit more about their recommendation later. But as a part of overall retail recovery strategy, staff has engaged a consultant to work on the best practices for retail recovery for both citywide and district by district zoning. Next slide, please. So now just to talk about overview of the temporary ordinance. Next slide, please. So in all, what we're trying to do is a discrete change is relaxing the CUP thresholds for medical offices. For instance, prior to 2020, medical offices required a CUP, whereas a temporary ordinance states that medical offices over 5,000 square feet require a CUP. So there are other very, very small changes that we were considering. Attachment C that starts on packet page 162 demonstrates how we're achieving these, considering the baseline that we had back in November 2020 and what the temporary ordinance does. But just to wrap that up, also this slide, one of the things was to change the eating and drinking definition to clearly define what is a dining establishment versus something that's more retail in nature, and that have implications for parking. Next. So as mentioned, that the council did have some areas of focus, such as University Avenue, California Avenue, and Town and Country Village Shopping Center. So in creating exceptions to those relaxing standards that mentioned, for instance, prohibiting nail salons and day spas on California Avenue, as well as those exceptions to the CP thresholds for medical offices fronting California Avenue. Those are some of the things that were added onto this ordinance that are now part of the temporary ordinance. As well as also included exceptions towards learning centers or fitness studios, as well as commercial recreation type of centers. Next slide, please. So we did want to track a little bit about the effects of this temporary ordinance. And when we reviewed the CUP records, there were no applications that were filed as a result of the temporary ordinance. However, when we did review the use and occupancy records, we noticed a pattern that medical offices, there's 3 here that would otherwise require a CUP and were able to locate ministerially. And then we had also ready-to-eat shops that otherwise would have required additional parking, so along California Avenue and El Camino Real. So those were some success stories as we were tracking. We'll need to further evaluate the effects, for instance, of the passage of Assembly Bill 2097 regarding parking within a half mile of transit centers. That does affect all 3 of the focus areas. Next slide, please. And now we'll just talk about what we're here this evening for, is the draft ordinance overview. And next slide. We did conduct some, thank you, public outreach, and we had conversations with property owners and interested parties. We did include email blast to businesses, as well as newspaper public advertisements and notifications of property owners. We had, of course, the 2 public hearings with the Planning Commission on these items. We did hear back and some great feedback, and there were also some comment at those hearings. So we thought that we did a good strategic outreach there. Next slide, please. So summary of these proposed amendments in the draft ordinance is permanent. Maintain the substantive changes from the temporary ordinance. That is the key here, and to make those permanent. We did move some regulations that were otherwise in footnotes to an appropriate sections in the code. We thought it's better to implement than trying to look at a footnote, to look at the appropriate sections, such as California Avenue is our combining district. Then University Avenue has the ground floor. Otherwise, in footnotes are now included in those sections. And then we include a definition change for eating and drinking establishments to revise that to restaurant. Oftentimes we get calls and people want to establish a restaurant, not eating and drinking. We just kind of took advantage of the opportunity to update that terminology, but that was the other change that we made. Next slide, please. As part of the motion to adopt the temporary ordinance, the council did include some direction to the Planning Commission on 3 items, and that was 1, to discuss a threshold for gyms greater than 1,800 square feet on University Avenue, Town and Country Shopping Center. Also to look at the occupancy levels for commercial recreation types of uses, as well as discussing the best ways to define restrictions for dining establishments. So next slide, please. So we took this to the PTC. They did seek some additional data and wanted to evaluate this issue more holistically. So they did recommend to extend the temporary ordinance rather than recommend adoption of the draft ordinance. Although they did understand that if the council sought to adopt this draft ordinance, that these are some considerations that could be made. And one was to impose a cap on the current number of nail salons, barber shops, et cetera, a limited number to the business that currently exists. So that's along California Avenue. We believe there are around maybe 10 or so at this time. Then to explore a cap on the number of tutoring centers, schools, and related functions. So that wasn't necessarily to impose something, but to explore that idea. And then not to make permanent the regulations for medical offices and revert them to the original ordinance language, which is that medical offices require CUP. And then finally, to deferred work items, the council refers to the PTC until after receiving the city's consultant report on the retail revitalization best practices. So while these changes we did not include in this draft ordinance at this time as before you, we can easily incorporate those at the direction of the council. So extending a temporary ordinance does allow for more time to study the issues. However, having a temporary ordinance does provide some uncertainty to property owners and businesses. And this work effort is diverting some work from other staff issues that related on other policy issues that the council may have. Next slide, please. So finally, we talk about the next steps and what to expect in recommendations. Next slide. So to close this out, we are recommending that the council hold a public hearing and adopt an ordinance for changes to the Palo Alto Municipal Code to make permanent the temporary ordinance. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So why don't we go to members of the public first, and I see Commissioner Heckman. Would you like to share with us insights on the PTC recommendations?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Burt, and good evening, members of council. Bart Heckman here on behalf of the Planning and Transportation Commission. As Mr. Ossing summarized, the commission, its recommendation, its unanimous recommendation, 5-0 with 2 of our commissioners absent, was for you to continue the temporary ordinance rather than make it permanent with the prospect of changes later. But we recognize the possibility that you wouldn't follow that recommendation, and so we provided a few areas of our significant concern in case you were going to go in a different direction. I did notice in the staff recommendation tonight was not to follow the Planning Commission recommendation. And so I'm hoping one of the council members will ask staff to explain that as it wasn't really addressed, just stated in the staff report. Our belief, and again, this is a unanimous vote on this, was with the studies outstanding and which made it impossible for the commission to address the specific items that the council had sent to us. And it was staff's recommendation, therefore, to defer those items and not take them up on August 31st. So we didn't. That this ordinance isn't ready for prime time, and that there are maybe some unintended consequences of making it in permanent form at this time. And I think, just to highlight one of those, for example, the current temporary ordinance does not allow nail salons and services of that sort on California Avenue. So once this becomes permanent, all of those, and there are about 10 of them, become legal nonconforming. That seemed everyone on the commission agreed that that kind of use is really part of the fabric of Cal Avenue. It contributes to the symbiotic relationship of the various retail. So we didn't want to send a message to those kinds of uses that you're not welcome here anymore, clear out. And as they do clear out, they can't be replaced. So that's just one of the items, if you are going to make it permanent, that we were suggesting be considered to be revised in the permanent ordinance if you're adopting it. But our recommendation is that you stay with the temporary ordinance while these studies that are much farther along now than they were on August 31st get concluded, and we can have an ordinance that we don't anticipate having to tweak as soon as we can.
Thank you. And so before hearing from the public, can staff give us a little more color on why you're not recommending the PTC recommendations?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for that opportunity, and apologize that it wasn't more expanded in the staff report. We tried to weave a couple of items in the report, and I'll do so now here. The council, when you gave us this, it was a prior council, gave us the direction to do these quick changes, and also part of that motion, which is a link embedded in the staff report, was another direction to do a more robust analysis of curating retail in our neighborhood districts, all of our commercial districts. And so we have that on our task list. It's on your major projects list. And so for that initiative, we've hired a consultant. We've received a draft report. We've identified some areas where we need some changes. So we don't have a publicly available document yet. We informed the Planning Commission of that effort because that was going to help us inform more of this retail detail that we wanted to bring in. We're not done with that yet. And now we also have Street Sense that's a part of this broader city effort to look at retail citywide. And so we just don't need multiple efforts to sort of address the same issue. And this is an interim ordinance that does very discrete changes to CUPs and some permitted uses that this council changed and established these standards going forward. You asked the Planning Commission to study it a little bit further and tease out some areas, but we feel that analysis is still needs to be prepared, and we are currently working on that. So from the staff perspective, we feel like we need to close this chapter and move on to the broader effort of taking on this more holistic look of retail citywide. These are very discrete changes. We've moved some numbers from 2,500 to 3,000, or some numbers from 1,800 to 5,000. But the concern about personal services on Cal Ave, this council is the one that said, let's not have that on California Avenue right now as a part of this ordinance. And that's why it's reflected that way.
The issue that Commissioner Heckman raised was around existing uses as opposed to new ones, and that they would become non-conforming under the adoption of this. I don't recall that having been the council direction. That I thought the council direction was we didn't want a proliferation of those as opposed to an elimination. In fact,
yeah. So and that's fine. We could make some discrete change to that, but what we you could allow. So in practice, if this ordinance goes into effect, those uses would continue. And another use could move into another nail salon could slide into that. If it's discontinued for a certain period of time, then we lose that as a nail salon use.
That would require a change other than the staff recommendation. We'd have to change that tonight.
Yeah, council would say, if you wanted to move forward with that, just say, you can give us the direction to say, but allow the existing, it creates a monitoring, mechanism for us, which, we're happy to do. But again, establishing some kind of a cap or limit on the number of uses just adds another piece to this retail landscape that we still need to study and really understand more. And so we didn't want to set up that kind of a mechanism with this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go on to members of the public at this time. Our first speaker is Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, this is Liz. Thanks. Yeah, let me reiterate again, what is the cultural significance of our city? We are in a hurting place. Maybe these retailers who have had this temporary ordinance have been able to survive and keep their families surviving by the ability to open some kind of storefront where they're providing a service to our residents. I guess the real overarching thing here is it all about looks, or do we want to support small businesses? Certainly, the proliferation, excuse my word, the growth of these gyms, yes, they're taking up a lot of square footage space, but these small retailers who provide services like teaching our kids, in these tutoring centers, or these nail salons. What about these boba bars, where make our downtowns and our secondary downtown destinations for our residents to go and support retailers. We have a lack, our economy is not that healthy, and if we have a diversity of retailers, like one of the kinds of retailer that I was so sorry, we don't have one like antique store here, or one outside of Goodwill, like some kind of secondhand store. I know there's the Ritzy place down on University, but I'm talking about like where dreams come true, like a small business where personally, I would love to start a small business here in Palo Alto, but I don't have the resources. I don't have the equity. I have the energy and the creativity and the imagination, and I even have the marketing plan. But make it doable so people can provide for our residents and people that come in, a place where they can support the economy here. So I just really hope that this ordinance, this temporary ordinance, is expanded, and that the city really supports a diversity of retailers here that provide services for residents and people that just come here, or Stanford Research Park. There's tons of people, that employees who walk down California Ave. There's I observe it every day, crowds of people that come down here and utilize these different retailers. And one last thing, I saw on the agenda that define what a retailer is, as opposed to a restaurateur or a bar. Let's get some definition here.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council, and would like to begin. Well, I can start with the questions then. I want to follow up on this issue of the existing uses. And I saw, for instance, in this slide that listed some of the parcels that have been affected by this. And I noticed 220 Cal Ave, and I know those buildings well. I had a small office there for a number of years, and the tenants there, first, the building's constructed as an office. It's not a retail space, even on the Cal Avenue frontage. And then it goes deep with a whole bunch of 20 or 30 different offices. And maybe a third of them are actually medical, if I recall. And if we adopted this, would they all become non-conforming?
Yeah, I think medical, it would be okay. I think what's prohibited would be the day spas and nail salons.
Oh, okay. So the medical is okay there.
Ground floor of California?
Some are ground floor, some are second floor.
Okay, second floor would be fine. It's the ground floor that we're regulating.
Okay, so these are ground floor back in what is basically the back or different parts of what is an office building. It's a whole bunch of separate rental units.
So it's the R overlay on California Avenue though, right? So there's limited uses that are allowed on that ground floor. We'll have to take a look and see if it's ground floor street frontage or just ground floor.
Well, that's part of the question.
Yeah.
If you could check on that, whether it's street frontage versus the balance. There are probably 30 different offices there.
Yeah, and there's
on 220 and 230. And there are other buildings. Well, I don't know that there are others that actually have this entryway so that you have ground floor offices that are not street facing.
Oh.
All right, while you're looking for that, let me call on Councilmember Cormack.
So,
sorry.
Yes, sorry. So in the like packet page 154 at the top there, we have some underlined text that talks about what's a conditional use permit that's required in the R district. And on California Avenue, it does list that last on that list medical office.
As a conditionally permitted use.
So that's a conditionally permitted use.
So they may be non-conforming today for a CUP, but it's easily cured through an application process. But that's not creating them. If I'm understanding you correctly, Sheldon, that's not creating, this ordinance doesn't create those medical uses as non-conforming.
That's correct. And overall citywide, medical offices required CUPs prior to this temporary ordinance. This temporary ordinance did make it more streamlined. Up to a certain square feet, so up to 5,000 square feet, you can do it ministerially, and then beyond that's the CUP, except for on
So we've
California Avenue.
always required technically a CUP for medical offices.
Right. So in November 2020, at that time, CUPs were required for medical offices.
You mean prior to that time they were? Or-
Prior to November 2020, right?
Oh, interesting. And a lot of these, I'll just say these are primarily psychologists and those kinds of medical practices. So it does make me really wonder whether we should have that burden on one type of office use and not another that is not street facing. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I want to thank staff for including the motion on page 161, which was quite clear about prohibiting nail salons and the expansion of tutoring and related functions. And as I recall, this was why I voted against it at the time. So let me see if I can restate my understanding. Currently, there are approximately 10 nail salons, beauty shop, barber shops on California Avenue.
That's about right, yes.
Okay. And under this temporary ordinance, no new ones are allowed, and are they technically all legally non-conforming?
So right now, no new ones could go in. And then, as the Director Late had said, if one of those 10 were to vacate, under our code, another similar use could go back into that space within a year's time. So the property owner could advertise that spot. I mean, it's be really easy for someone to move back in. Everything's already there. But after a year, then if no other similar use goes in, then they can't reestablish that use.
Okay, but they are legally non-conforming now based on our temporary ordinance.
That is correct.
Okay, so I appreciate Commissioner Hechtman's comments about this. You know, if you think about what we heard earlier today, I really don't think we should be in the business of picking and choosing the number of which kinds of services we think people might need on which streets. So I don't know what the majority is going to do tonight. If you're going to extend the temporary ordinance, I'll plan to vote against it in this format. If we're going to adopt a draft permanent ordinance, I think we need to remove these things that are caps on things that, obviously people in our community want and need and are using. So that's where I still am on this item.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so, in addition to the meeting last March where we made that motion, we had another meeting about medical uses in town and country. And so as proposed here, where will medical be allowed in the ordinance? And does this change that decision that we made on town and country?
Thank you. I wasn't involved with that. However, there are some stipulations for medical office at the town and country, and that's let me just check the table here so I can find that for you.
Trying to follow it, and I was having a hard time figuring out exactly what it meant.
Starting on packet page 162, I believe is attachment C, and that has a spreadsheet that tells you for any given standard that's being changed, what it was before we started making the modification, what the temporary ordinance allows and what the proposed ordinance allows. And so you can see there's, mostly some discrete changes in there. There are components that relate to town and country that are incorporated into this one that were part of the temporary ordinance and are staying the same in this extension.
So the way I read this, though, was mainly around commercial recreation use, and it was silent on town and country. So I think this would allow 5,000 square feet of medical in town and country.
Yes, you are correct with that. That the exceptions were for the commercial recreation aspect and not the medical office for the town and country.
Okay, and then with sticking with medical office, if you go above 5,000 square feet, then it's still a CUP, basically everywhere. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and when we say 5,000 square feet for medical, how do we think about that if they're individual offices owned by a large healthcare provider? Is it essentially one tenant with multiple 5,000 square foot offices? You know what I'm asking here?
Yeah. So to establish that use, we would look at the aggregate square footage for that use. If somebody wanted to, if they had a tenant space and they were, once the individual tenants tripped that 5,000 square foot threshold, the CUP would be required.
I mean, it might be very difficult for you to tell, right? Individual doctors were leasing, I guess, 5,000 square feet, but they were all part of the same medical group. But it really boiled down to whose name was on the lease.
Well, so as part of our, I mean, there's a number of ways where we would come across this, either as part of a new development or a tenant improvement for an existing building. If it was a TI, we would do a review of the existing building to identify the number of uses that are there, what uses are there, and what the history is, how one use is changing from one use to the other. So as part of our research into the use and occupancy permit, where we'd be able to discover that.
So maybe I'm not understanding this. So for an entire property, you would be allowed 5,000, but if you went to two 5,000s, you would trigger this?
Right. For an individual property, it would be a 5,000 square foot threshold. So if one property owner had one tenant for 4,999 and another one at 4,999, that would exceed the 5,000 square feet.
Okay. And is town and country considered one property, or is it multiple parcels?
Well, there are multiple properties there. I think for the purposes of the regulatory scheme for town and country, it's treated as one. There are some specific regulations for town and country that would apply to the totality of that site.
Okay. And then one last question on page 145. there's a bunch of footnotes there. These footnotes, they're not necessarily referred to in the table. Should they be, or are they just kind of additional notes that apply?
They should apply. However, there might be some like number 1 or so that if you look in the table, there's some like ellipsis, means that they don't want to list. We don't want to list the entire table. I think it's just how we're going to codify it, but it will eventually look formatted in such a way that it'll include all the uses. But there's probably just that footnote 1 is just in that portion that we're not listing here in the table. But all the others should be there, like especially 5 and 6 and 2, which are the ones that we're adding.
Okay, thanks for that.
I don't see other council members. I will make a comment on this issue of whether we should or should not be capping certain uses. And I think the issue isn't so much about telling people what they should be able to services pursue. It's about what we think are the boundaries that would continue to have downtowns or retail areas be thriving retail areas versus transition into something that might be overwhelmingly certain services and things. So a lot of cities essentially curate to some form, either prohibiting uses or can limit the number of a given type of use. And that's not an unusual practice to try to have really vibrant, thriving retail areas. So I don't have a problem with that. It's a separate question on what we want to do at this time. But philosophically, I think it's an appropriate thing to do. Question where you draw your boundaries. So I wanted to go back to this other example of 220 and 230 Cal Ave as I thought about it more. So we have offices in, I don't know, there must be 30 or, probably 30 or so office units there, small office units, a few hundred square feet mostly each. And those offices so they've got a couple offices that front right on Cal Ave, and then the rest do not. Are the office uses all permitted, allowed uses that are not fronting Cal Ave there?
So, Sheldon, maybe you can, on California Avenue, we have a retail overlay. So all the ground floor uses there need to meet certain land uses. And
I want to then really focus on, we say Cal Ave.
Yep.
And we normally mean the frontage. But in reality, on some of these places, on this, I don't know if there are other spots on Cal Ave that they have the same, many that we have upstairs, where ground floor retail and then above might be office or ground floor services. In this case, we have non-street facing, I don't know, 28 out of 30 offices are not on the street face. So I'm struggling with how rules that are designed for street face are applying to areas that aren't street face.
Yeah, and I'm just scanning the regulation right now, and there's not a distinction between street facing tenant areas.
So was staff aware of kind of some of these developments on Cal Ave that are existing and how this would apply?
Well, so again, I want to go back to where we were a couple years ago now, where the council had asked us to do a quick edit to the code. And that quick edit has turned into this desire to merge it with this other policy initiative that we have underway that we have not completed. So we're stuck between this place of trying to respond quickly to something 2 years later, and with this other initiative that we have to make more work on. And this is taking us away from that other effort because it's another work plan that we're having to address. So we have not done as exhaustive an analysis on this quick fix that we would have done if we were taking a more strategic approach on curating the retail uses in our different commercial districts. So there may be elements, and Commissioner Heckman pointed out a very good example of one where there may be some elements of this ordinance that we may not want it to be the long-term solution. But whether it's codified now or extended or abandoned, we're still going to come back in, within the next 12 months, hopefully, because we're going to have the street sense analysis done, as I understand it, by middle of next year. And we've got this other consultant report work that we'll certainly have done in the next, several months. So we're going to be looking at this stuff anew. And so what we're trying to do is say, okay, if we're satisfied with these discrete changes now, understanding they're not perfect, let's just codify that so that we can focus on these other efforts. Or let's abandon that so we can focus on these other efforts. What we're trying to, respectfully kind of acknowledge is that we can spend a lot more time working on this temporary ordinance to fine tune and tweak things.
I get that.
Okay.
I'm still, as a result, trying to think through in my own mind whether the unintended consequence of the way we have it written will not have a significant impact over the next year or so until we sort this out, or alternately, whether it's a simple fix, which would be to change the wording in the ordinance to apply to street facing.
Yes, and if the council wants to make that give us that direction as part of your motion in taking action tonight, we can make that adjustment into the code.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions because that exchange was helpful. When do we anticipate the study by Michael Baker to be completed?
So we're having to do some internal paperwork on that, get some more money to the contract and have them do some additional work. But we're probably looking at another 3 months probably before that gets completed.
Okay. And because I'm trying to understand is that what staff is really kind of waiting on? Can you explain kind of where that fits into this whole process?
So we started that effort before we had Street Sense on board, and Street Sense has taken, I think, a higher level perspective, as you heard this evening. And this Michael Baker report is looking at some of our policies that we have in place and some of the best practices and some for retail uses as well, sort of region wide. So we have these two efforts that we're having to navigate through to make sure that we're not doing duplicative work, but also getting to this again, as the motion talked about, a curated retail environment for our city commercial districts. So we're having to work with Michael Baker to actually give us some recommendations on what they think we should do in Charleston or Midtown or University. And so that's part of what we're waiting for. We're also going to be waiting to see what happens with Street Sense and move those two initiatives forward.
Okay. So to me, it seems like we have several kind of moving pieces. We're trying to catch up with that study and the other, Street Sense. So I just, and you kind of saying yourself, this is not perfect, not fully fleshed out at this point. I mean, to me, I think where I'm at right now, it seems like we've had this temporary ordinance in place for a couple of years. I don't really see the rush of moving to a permanent ordinance at this time. I'm leaning towards the PTC recommendation of just continuing the temporary ordinance until we're able to resolve that. Because I don't want us to start creating a precedent where we are going to make permanent ordinances with the anticipation that 3 to 6 months down the road, we can just simply modify it. I think that kind of goes back against our goal of creating some certainty for landowners and property owners, et cetera. So I think that's where I'm leaning at right now. Has our economic development coordinator had a chance to kind of look this over and understand where this fits within our kind of grander strategy?
So Steve and I have regular conversations, but we haven't dived into the specific details of this ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think there's clearly unknowns and a lot of unintended consequences that we're not sure about right now. So I'm not comfortable moving forward with a permanent ordinance. I'm fine with a PTC recommendation. And if that's not on the table, then I'd be in position to just abandon the temporary ordinance, but not adopting it as permanent tonight.
Well, let me just make sure I understand the implications of if we were to adopt the PTC recommendations. Well, they had two options. One was to just keep with the temporary ordinance, and the other was to modify the permanent ordinance. So you're talking about just keeping with the temporary.
Keeping with the temporary, yeah.
Director Lake, can you speak to the option of keeping to the temporary and the pros and cons?
Yeah, so the main concern that we have with just continuing it is it takes time. It takes tough time to, if you want to, how far do you want to push it down? That's the first question. And so if we can push it out
if
far
we're
enough,
trying to push it far enough so that you'll be able to have the changes to the permanent ordinance flushed out before that would expire. I guess that's the concept.
That's right.
So if that was the case, what would be the ramifications, any negative ramifications of doing that?
That would be fine. If you wanted to push it out 18 months, say, or just because these things always take longer than we think they're going to take. And what we don't want to do is just get caught up in that.
And are there things that we've identified in the temporary ordinance that we think are real problematic right now?
I don't believe we have, no.
I don't think so. Just through the public comment that we heard was the prohibition of the day spas, for instance, beauty salons along California Avenue was the one comment that we had received.
All right, can you repeat that?
The one comment that we received in our public outreach was the prohibition of beauty salons, day spas along California Avenue.
And then that's, as of right now, it prohibits them, period. And that was the thing we were talking about earlier. And we didn't want to make them non-conforming uses, the ones that exist today. But you explained that, if I recall correctly, that the way it is written, if there was not only, if there was a complete change of ownership, they would still be able to continue with the non-conforming use?
Non-conforming uses can change out with other yes, they could change out.
And there could be a full vacancy for a year and still
up to a year
come back in with that non-conforming use with a new tenant.
I think less than 12 months, but it's that 12 months is that threshold, I believe.
Okay. Vice Mayor Koo.
Just on that, you said, so less than 12 months. So if that outgoing nail person, and then it has to be a year where it's vacant. And then after 1 year, if another nail salon comes in, they can't operate there.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you. I was very confused. So I just want to support Councilmember Stone's comments. I wouldn't go 18 months. I think I would want to know, when Michael Baker and Street Sense comes back, and have more information in order to evaluate it at that point. So I think 8 months or 9 months would. About how long would be needed? I mean, I know you said 18 months, but I think that's a little bit
So this is the kind of thing that we were just trying to avoid, which is, having to come back before the council again to extend another interim ordinance. So, if you want to extend it, we would.
But I think what we need to have a sense of is how long you anticipate before you'd be able to come back and how much fudge factor you need to make sure you're not running right up against the edge.
Yeah, well, my clear guidance was 18 months on that. I mean, like my clear cushion on that, because it's going to take us some time to get this contract with Michael Baker. We have the contract. I just need to put more money into it. It's more steps in it than it sounds like.
So the contract is not
We have a contract.
completely put together.
No, we have a contract. We just need to extend it, and I need to put some money into it, and we need to have them do a bunch of work that we've identified as areas of the plan that we need to see redone, including some additional outreach and some other notes that we put together. So we can get them ready. They have to then do the work. And then we're going to look at the document. We're going to take it to the Planning Commission, and hopefully all this stuff feeds into a this broader council direction that we received.
Right. So I kind of agree that I would prefer not to have a permanent ordinance and then have to go revisit it, which is going to not be, it probably will not happen. But with the temporary, I'd like to be informed by the studies that we have asked for. Mhm.
I see Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so I'd support extending the temporary for 18 months. I think, I agree with what Director Late, just promoted you doing. These things take longer than we expect. We get the report in the summer and it goes through our process. We don't want to run out of time, have this come back to council again. We talked about this a lot in March of 2021. So again, we've had this ordinance in place. It seems like it enabled a few businesses, it hasn't been the end of the world. So I think extending it for 18 months, and then that's kind of the outer limits, right? So if things happen quicker, great. We get the econ development feedback and can kind of modify it. But again, with all that work going on, I don't see a lot to be gained by kind of prolonging the discussion tonight. I don't think we should make any substantial changes. So to me, it's just a question of the time frame. Thanks.
Okay, I see no more lights. Is anyone ready for a motion? Vice Mayor Koo.
In that case, I'll make the motion to extend the temporary ordinance for 18 months.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think I've already. Thank you.
And Councilmember Stone.
I already spoke to it as well.
Okay. I see no more lights. And so would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Tanaka? Oh, sorry. Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes, it's what the doctor ordered.
What?
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Our next item is a recommendation from the Policy and Services Committee to adopt a City Council values statement.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and City Council. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager, as the liaison to the Policy and Services Committee. I have the recommendation, and Chair Stone, did you want to read through the recommendation on behalf of the committee? And/or I can if you recommend that.
Yes, I was looking for the actual recommendation. What page is it on the staff report again? Thank you. Okay, so yeah, the draft council value statement, I'll read that and then I'll briefly discuss the discussion we had. The Palo Alto City Council has universally shared values that help guide our decisions and the work we do. These values include: 1, we will make decisions that balance revenues and expenses now and in the future. 2, we will make decisions that respect the environment now and in the future. 3, we will integrate equity into our decisions, considering how decisions affect people differently based on their identity or circumstances. 4, we will build a healthy, safe, and welcoming environment for all in our community. And 5, we will communicate openly with all members of our community and welcome innovative solutions. So that's the draft value statement that, thanks to Councilmember Cormack, took the real lifting here and drafted those. And then we discussed and like a slightly tweaked at policy and services, a little bit of wordsmithing, but I think we felt that there wasn't too much to do. We were, for the most part, pretty happy with that value statement. As a reminder, this was a referral to the Policy and Services Committee out of our City Council retreat last year. And a lot of our discussion at Policy and Services really kind of revolved around the value of these value statements and how they're going to be used. And Councilmember Cormack and I really sent around this idea that this is going to allow us to be more efficient moving forward with our council retreat, rather than focusing on kind of the same priorities and goals every year that we tend to do, things like equity and belonging and good sound fiscal policies, that if they were included in our value statement, we'd be able to then focus on other more timely issues that the council really wants to focus on and address throughout the year. Our one dissenting member essentially seem to be most concerned about binding future city councils on these value statements. And again, Councilmember Cormack and I discussed the value of this, and of course, right, this does not bind any future council, but I'll leave that to the dissenting member. And not sure if Councilmember Cormack, as the real author of these value statements, would like to add anything.
Mayor Burt.
Yes, you're welcome to.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to thank Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, who worked with me on this. You can see the information that we started with. And I thank Chair Stone, Councilmember Stone, for outlining the reasons we were doing this work and our intent with it. I think just the one thing to add is that I know the city manager and the staff are contemplating how to create a set of values for the staff and how they do their work. And I think these are aligned, but not necessarily exactly the same. Again, this was a specific task so that hopefully future council priority session meetings can start from this framework and then make the specific choices they need for the year. It was really intended to make that time in January or February more useful to everyone.
And Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to offer anything?
Sure. So first of all, thank you guys for your work on this. My big challenge with this one is it's one thing for us to say this is the values for the city or this is the values for the staff, but to say that this is the values for the city council, because every 2 years, right, there's new members of the city council. The city council of today will not be the city council of January. We'll have at least 3 new members. So yeah, so for me, it just seemed like, it seemed kind of, I wasn't quite sure how this could be used for future city councils, because certainly we cannot bound future city councils. People are elected, based on different values actually, right? Some people are running for one thing or another. And so it didn't quite make sense to me. I do think that, and I like the fact that staff is coming up with one, because if future city councils, don't like the one that staff did, they could change it, right? And they should. But for us to make a values, especially given that we're just about done here, right? We're in November, and it's maybe 1 month at best because there's the holidays. It just seemed a little bit odd. So, anyways, that's my my thoughts.
Thank you. Why don't we go and see if we have members of the public who wish to speak before returning to the council for additional discussion.
Mr. Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Okay. I don't see a light, so I'll go ahead and wade in. So first question for me was, do these reflect what we've discussed for a number of years as essentially our enduring values? And I think they do. One of the struggles I had is we didn't have in the staff report kind of some of those past discussions and to reference. So I was left trying to make sure my recollection was adequate. And when we've set priorities over the years, when we established that the practice of that priorities were supposed to be of particular focus for 3 to 5 years, or some discrete period of time, it was less than that. We had been going through a struggle for a long while of mixing up priorities with values and putting them as council priorities. And so when we adopted this set of guidelines, I think in 2015 on priority setting, we were going to couple that with putting down values. We didn't. And so we've gone back to struggling with that same issue. So I think this is all great that we're moving forward on it. And I think it largely captures the essence of the values. I did have a couple of particular wording issues. And given that these are going to be important statements, I think the wording nuances are important. The second one was, it says, we will make decisions that respect the environment now and in the future. And respect, first, it seemed like a weaker verbiage than we had in most of the others. And I thought about what we're really wanting to say and what we've talked about in the past. And I think it's that we have talked about that we're going to make decisions that are environmentally sustainable now and in the future. And so I want to toss that out for folks to consider whether that might be alternative language that is clearer on our intention. And the other one I had was on number 4, says we will build a healthy, safe, and welcoming community for all, or environment for all in our community. And was this referring to the built environment, or was it meant to refer to a broader sense of building a community?
I think we both intended it in the broader sense. But I think if I remember, I think we chose the word build instead of create to acknowledge the fact that sometimes we do build buildings and we want those to be safe and welcoming. So.
Well, but then by doing that, it seems like it narrows it if we use that word as opposed
open to suggestions. I'm just explaining why we chose that.
It also says a welcoming environment for all in the community. And we know that in that sense, we're meaning environment, not in terms of the physical environment, but we've used environment 2 different, I don't know whether welcoming community And instead of saying for all in our committee, we will,
Okay, if we wordsmith together right now, or do you want to just
well, let
have
me just
wait?
finish what I'm
Okay.
saying and then we can go back and forth there. So I don't know whether it would be, we will make decisions for a healthy, safe and welcoming community or something along those lines. So I'm not offering those necessarily as final wording suggestions, but I want to put that out there. Let me go to Vice Mayor Koo and then back to you. Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So first, I want to say thank you to Policy and Services for the work that you did, and to Councilmember Cormack for working with Ms. Gaines on coming up with the draft values. I think I kind of had something a little bit different when I was thinking about all of this. For example, in number one, we'll make decisions that balance revenues and expenses now in the future. I was wondering if that would be simpler just to say having fiscal responsibility under a stewardship, which the broad word stewardship, which we basically say something like we serve and trust, we serve as trusted stewards of the public's financial, environmental, social, physical, and natural resources, and seeking to responsibly utilize, conserve, and sustain for future and current generations. I was thinking one word that reflects our values and to help us guide our decisions when we're working on priorities. I think the other thing that I have spoken about many times before is basically public trust, right? So, I think that's really important in order to have the public have confidence in us, especially when we're in communications with people who live here, people who work here, etc. So I think I would really like to see something like that in our values. So I don't know how to go from here with this, but I'll try to incorporate something as other council members are talking.
Councilmember Cormack.
I didn't have my light on, but I'm happy to make the motion of the 5, and then perhaps we can wordsmith that. That I don't see other lights. The mayor like to approach it
Yeah, I
that
didn't
way.
need you. You had already requested to speak and it said.
No, I
Okay.
had asked if you wanted to work on it then, and you said no. So I was waiting.
Okay, go right ahead with your motion.
All right, I will go ahead and move the value statement with the following modifications. In number 4, we would write instead, we will make decisions that create a healthy, safe, and welcoming community for all. All right, and with number 2, go ahead and modify number 2. We will make decisions. I'm going to leave that as is for the moment, because my concern is environmentally sustainable implies steady state. And I think we need to make some changes to make it better. So I'm going to leave number 2 as is and see if there is a second, and then we can work on it.
Well, I will second.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I'm happy to make modifications number 2, and then perhaps we can work with the vice mayor to see if there's a way to incorporate her interests.
Well, just to speak to the meaning of environmentally sustainable, it actually, that concept came about as an alternative to steady state. So environmental conservation is a movement and a practice that had been with us for a long time that was oriented toward preserving the present. And sustainable, actually, by definition, is about how we have change that does not ultimately degrade, in the broad definition, the environment, the social equity or economic opportunity on the broad definition of sustainable. On the environmental sustainability, similarly, it is how we embrace change without degrading the quality of the environment.
All right, that's fine. We can go ahead and modify to, we will make decisions that are environmentally sustainable, and then the comma.
I'm okay with now and in the future, but I just say that in some ways it's redundant because that's what sustainable means. But
yeah, I mean, we were looking for some connections through these, and it's part of why one matters. We could easily balance revenue and expenses now, but if we're not thinking about pensions in the future. So, sorry, did the clerk get number 2? Sorry, number 2, we will make decisions that are environmentally, yes, there it's all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would just add that on 1, if we use economic sustainability as a term. If we had used economic sustainability, we wouldn't need to say now and in the future because that's what it means.
Yeah, again, we were working really hard to use words that are not jargon. And so that was the effort, so that someone who doesn't.
Yeah, I just want for clarity for people to understand that I'm okay with that bit of a redundancy, but literally that's what it is they're meaning one and the same. Okay, do we have any other comments? Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. Would you also consider for number 1, we will make responsible decisions that balance revenues and expenses.
So earlier you had talked about stewardship. Is this separate or related?
Yeah, I kind of thought I can leave it as that instead of using the stewardship. And then in some of the language, I wanted to add it to see if number 5 could be changed. And I just sent the words to, oh, it didn't go because my internet is down. I just send the words to, sending actually now, to Madam Clerk.
I guess when I think about it, I hope that all councils would make responsible decisions, and we wouldn't have to say that. What are my seconders' thoughts on this?
Well, I guess I want to ask Vice Mayor Koo what she believes the addition of the word responsible provides. So we've got on the one hand clarity that we're meaning balancing revenues and expenses. It's a little unclear how narrowly we mean that as a guiding principle, because we could have given years where we have a balanced budget technically, but that year's revenues and expenses don't balance. And so I do want to get a little more clarity on that and think about whether that's in some ways being too explicit without a little more clarity. But
I think I was looking for transparency and accountability in it. If,
Well, responsible doesn't really say
Yeah.
transparent.
I think that's more covered in 5 about communicate openly.
okay, but I think I sent over 5, so I would say take a look at that. And that, I guess what I wrote could apply also.
So for the moment, do we focus on 5 and rather than the word responsible in 1?
Yeah, if you take a look at 5 first, and maybe we don't need the word responsible.
So
Sorry, you mean
6
6
is an
now.
alternative 5 is
Yeah.
what you're putting there.
It's an alternative to 5 or an addition?
Alternative to 5.
Okay, if the clerk could just remove the word responsible from number 1 and there, now we're going to be able to see better. So at first glance, the first sentence does feel like a value and the second one sounds more like a
Guess it's an explanation.
statement.
Yeah.
It doesn't really seem like a value to me. I think it's a something else. So I see the word honest. Is it important to you that the word honest be included in our values?
Versus open.
Yeah, I see it's there twice in number 6.
Or
I think-
transparent versus honest.
Okay, it'll be different than the first honest.
So if we, on 6, if we dropped the second sentence and replaced the word honest with transparent, and is it, we say business practices, but what do we mean by that? Do we mean all business of the city government?
I would say so.
Okay. I'm just,
Yeah. Now I feel like this is more about how perhaps the city does its work, and that might be more reflected in what the operations as opposed to council decisions.
I think this can also apply to council decisions.
so if I'm not, let me just toss some wording out without having decided in my own mind whether 5 or 6 is the better option. But if we change, we will safeguard public trust through transparent business practices and communication. Deleting the word honest.
I wonder if we could use the word honor instead of safeguard. Maybe I'm just reflecting on what we heard today at the Veterans Day. I think that that's more reflective of our aspirations.
I think safeguard's a little stronger.
Mhm.
No,
I like
we're keeping a
safeguard.
safeguard is
Well, I haven't decided if I'm accepting it.
right.
So
I'm just,
yeah.
but as in terms of what
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Koo is proposing.
I'm still uncomfortable with the business practices. It just doesn't feel like it fits with our values. If you're talking about how the council does its business, maybe I just need to understand more about what the universally shared value is that you want to highlight.
If I may ask, what if we delete the word business and simply say transparent practices and open communication?
I would be more comfortable with that.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Okay. I thank you.
Okay, so what's missing in 6 from 5 is open communication with everyone. And then also this concept of innovation. So we worked hard to figure I think this was one of the ones we might have put together, trying to keep it to a shorter list. So what does my seconder think about the
Well,
innovation
what if we
concept?
put a comma after practices, delete the word and then after communication, add the phrase and welcome innovative solutions?
Okay, maybe we need another verb, sorry, before open. So we'll safeguard public trust through transparent practices. Oh, sorry, did I say practice again? It's just that the first two need to be together.
Well, if we invert it, if we say, no, let's see. Yeah, that's probably rather than another.
I guess the
and.
question is if practices and communication really need to be different, or if we can just choose one of them. Because then we could just say open, comma, transparent, and then whichever one we chose.
Wait a minute, we will safeguard public trust through transparent practices, comma, open communication, and rather than welcome, I don't think we need the word welcome. We just say and innovative solutions. All those things are helping to safeguard public trust. I don't know if welcoming innovative solutions.
Innovative solutions.
Yeah, with welcoming
public trust.
Yeah.
Maybe we could put it somewhere else. It depends. We can decide how important it is to have the innovative solutions. Frankly, that's probably more operational anyway, and maybe that's something we can safely leave to the staff side. Because these are our values. Okay, so what if 6, which is the new 5, has a and instead of the comma, and just ends after the word communication? It's like the old days, this level of wordsmithing. How's that?
I'm just struggling with whether we in fact do want to reference innovation as a value. And I'm kind of leaning in that direction, trying to figure out where it would fit best.
Well, we could just make a number 6, which is, we value innovative solutions. Or we welcome. We were trying to use something more than value, right? Which just says it isn't very active. Shall we go with this and see if our colleagues have any other suggestions?
Yeah, why don't we put that as a placeholder for right now,
Okay.
and leave that new 6 there for the moment, and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I guess I just want a little bit more clarity, and so maybe staff or maybe someone else on council here can answer for me. First of all, I largely agree with what's written here, so I don't have that much of a problem with it. My main issue is practically how are we going to use this? Like, how will it be used? So tomorrow a bunch of new council members are getting elected, and does that mean in January they're all going to swear, and maybe the existing ones here will swear that we're going to follow these values and uphold these? Is that how it works? I don't know if maybe someone on staff or council here could tell me. Is that how it's going to work? Or do we expect that these values that we have listed here are going to be good for the next 30 years or 100 years? I mean, what if we turn into Detroit and we are like really economically depressed, and maybe economic stimulus becomes the number one value, right? Or I don't know, but I mean, council members are inherently a political body, right? Each of us ran on a certain set of values that we believed in, and that's why we're here. And that changes every 2 years. So maybe something like this, instead of doing it in the sunset of this council, maybe we should do this in January when we have new council members, and do it when the new council starts versus at the end. unless we really think that this is going to last for the next, X number of years. So I don't know, can someone help answer, like how are we going to use these values and how will it help us and staff and future councils operate? Because I
Okay.
guess I'm just not understanding that.
Are you looking for an answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. So Councilmember Tanaka, I have apparently failed at answering this question for you before, but I will try yet again. When the priorities come to us, there are often things that fit within this, and there is no disagreement. There has never been any disagreement in any of the priority settings I have seen that fiscal sustainability is important, that we care about the environment, that we want to be just to all, that we care about public health and public safety, and that we believe in open and honest and transparent communication. The one and only purpose of this set of values is to save hours of the community and our valuable time when that new council is coming together and say, you know what, let's just focus on the things that are really on our list for this year. So I am sorry if that is not a sufficient answer, but it is the referral that this council gave our committee, and this is what we are bringing back in the devout hope that it will save some time in the future.
So you're thinking that future council members who just got elected are going to look at these values and say, okay, this, let's say, for instance, we are in the measures tomorrow don't pass, right? And we're just in bad fiscal shape. You think that they don't want to make, let's say, the priority to be something around the finances?
Oh, no, but that's the very point. They would make priorities, and this enables them to focus on priorities. We have a definition of priorities, and maybe we should call that up, Deputy City Manager, and that would help give context for the difference between the values and the priorities.
Okay, maybe.
No, but I think this is an important point. This is a reason that, and so first, these are not immutable. Future councils could change them. Is that clear?
I would think so, right?
Okay, then that refutes your argument that we're bounding councils for 30 years.
That's my point, is why are we doing it now when there's like a month left?
Okay,
so
that's the first point, is that they're not immutable, but they are enduring. We have seen these values reflected repeatedly as guiding principles. And we've different times interjected them as a priority instead of something that should be a 1 or 2 year priority. Ms. Cotton Gaines.
The information, thank you, Mr. Mayor, that we have on the City Council's webpage about the priorities themselves just state that each year the council reviews its priorities for the year at its annual retreat. A council priority is defined as a topic that will receive significant attention during the year. Typically, priorities have a 3-year time limit, though some may continue beyond that period.
With these values, we may in fact see less of priorities that are longer term and more priorities that are 1 to 3 year focused.
Oh, sorry, guys. I disagree. I think if we're going to do this, we should do it in January when we have a new council versus an expiring council. But
well, that's another issue from the arguments you were making. That's something that we should consider. So we will have a new council with 3 new members. If we are concerned that these values might change based on the values of the incoming council members, then that would be something we might want to push off. If we don't think that is a risk, then we can go forward with them tonight, in my mind. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious if which of these values that Councilmember Tanaka does not think is an enduring value that the city wants to embrace, whether that's for the next 5, 10, or 100 years.
I'm just thinking like 100 years ago, I don't know if environmental sustainability was on, like, so the city's 125 years old, right? So 125 years ago, was that really like, sorry, was that really like the number one thing on a docket? I don't know, right? I don't know if equity was back, maybe it should have been, but I don't think it probably was.
Councilmember Stone was being rhetorical with 100. Let's leave off the 100. Let's talk 10 years. Now, are there any of these that we question would not endure for 10 years?
You want to make these 10-year values? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I asked a question. If you don't want to answer it, don't answer it.
May I ask a question?
Okay, we'll move on to Vice Mayor Coote.
So when we came onto council, there were already priorities and procedures that are in place in our handbooks that was decided by a previous council, correct? And so, but we were able to go back and review it and make changes if the whole council agrees to the changes. So I believe that while we may adopt these value statements, I do believe a future council, should they decide to, could also decide to review this again. So I see you're nodding your head, Ms. Gaines.
Yes, Vice Mayor Koo, there's no question that a future council can change.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not really binding them forever, but gives us a starting point. And should they decide that it's something to be reviewed again, they can. Thank you. That's how I see it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I think we should make the decision in January, but I think I'll vote on this. So I just suggest we take a vote and move on.
And the one remaining thing in my mind is whether we incorporate innovation as a separate value or within one of the others. I was struggling with whether number one is about how we spend the city's revenues, and do we incorporate the word innovative there? That we make solutions that are.
I'm not sure how innovative the public wants us to be with financing. I guess the issue with that is that we are also doing innovative things in number 2. So
Yeah.
I think while it doesn't really quite fit, I think it is an important concept, and I'm comfortable leaving it as standalone. And some future council can make it even better.
And if we keep it as a standalone number 6, is that really the verbiage that we want to use to capture kind of an overlay of innovation?
That was why we had the word welcome before, because we wanted people to be able to provide solutions that we would consider. And Ms.
Okay.
Cotton Gaines, did you have a suggestion?
I wouldn't call it a suggestion, just referring back to the committee discussion. So originally the ad hoc for this topic brought 6 values to Policy and Services Committee, and some were morphed and pushed together. So the idea of having the innovative one as a standalone was, I think, part of the original recommendation. So I'll just read that one in case it's of interest here. That one stated, "We are a learning environment that believes in trying new things and leading the way." And the Policy and Services Committee wanted to make sure the word innovation or innovative was somewhere in there, but that was another "we are a" type of statement.
How about something along the lines of the solutions is a little clunky for me, but if we simply say we embrace innovation, and it's a broad statement and it's kind of overriding.
Sure. Do we want to shove the learning environment back in there because we lost it earlier?
Learning environment, what did that refer to again?
Just saying that we are a learning environment where we will, do better. learn things and expect to, try things and improve them. It's fine. I'm fine with we embrace innovation.
Okay. All right. I'm looking for, I don't see a light with Councilmember Du Bois, so I see no more lights. And in that case, we can call the roll.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay. Thank you. Another item bites the dust. All right. Our final item tonight is Policy and Services Committee recommendation that the City Council adopt the 2023 citywide legislative guidelines and support the tentative 2023 legislative work plan. Welcome again. You're back.
Thank you. I'm back. I didn't move. Hi, I'm Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. We will run through this presentation this evening. Next slide, please. This one will give you a state update on the legislation from this past session, as well as going through the legislative guidelines prospectively and thinking about our legislative work plan for next year and the recommendation at the end. So I will actually turn it over to our legislative advocates from Talent and Public Affairs who will provide updates on the next couple of slides. And then we have some updates from City Attorney Stump, and then we'll go into the prospective on the guidelines. Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaines. Honorable Mayor and Council members, Nicolo DeLuca, here with my coworker, Carly Shelby. We will go through these slides in an expeditious manner. We've had the privilege of reporting to the P&S committee and the full city council recently, so you may be getting tired of seeing my face. I also understand the later moment in the evening, so I want to be respectful. Quick rundown as to how this legislative session went. Just kind of quick, going to slide 2. Just want to highlight that we've got a new legislature. As you know, tomorrow's election day. New legislature's coming in. They'll be sworn in on December 5th, and then they'll be back in on January 23. We're looking at almost 23 new assembly members and 9 new senators. I say all of that because we're getting close to those 2 years when a lot of members have been termed out. So on behalf of our work for the city of Palo Alto, we'll be needing to do some more education and updating to these new members. Quick data points. The legislative session ended on September 30th. There was 2,055 bills introduced. Governor signing 997, vetoing 169. Only bring that to your attention because the veto rate this year was higher to prior years. Next slide, please. The state budget was passed again. We had another big surplus, 100 billion, kind of 5 major buckets: healthcare expansion, inflation relief, 2 billion for housing and homelessness, of course, building out the reserve and the rainy day fund. And then something that's definitely of interest to the efforts of the city was the multi-year climate package. Next slide, please. Most importantly, was an item that we were very happy to be part of the team, working closely with city staff. And of course, the great leadership of our assembly member and senator was 2 direct funding allocations to the city, 2 million for the Newell Road Bridge replacement, and then 5.2 million for the replacement of Fire Station 4. Again, really want to thank the leadership of Senator Becker, Assemblymember Berman, and all the great work of staff to work in conjunction with us to come up with a menu of options to present to our delegation to get them to endorse these specific projects and then working them through the budget process. Next slide, please. Another awesome funding win on behalf of the city that we were all part of was the Home Key win, 26 million in round two for the city's project to help address the unhoused. Great win for the city, great win for the region to address the unhoused, and just really want to highlight the support that we received from our delegation and of course the governor's office for this groundbreaking program, Project Home Key. And then the next slide, please. I'll go into the major themes of this past session, and then pretty soon my coworker Carly will talk about some of the specific bills. This past year, we're seeing five main topics that were of interest to the city. As I mentioned earlier, climate resiliency, and then housing and land use, behavioral health, Brown Act reform, and public safety. As you recall from years past, earlier in the session, we were really focused on, initially started around 30 bills and dropped down to a few less to really make sure we were making the city's comments clear and articulate, and then some of the bills that we had some concerns on, working on amendments. Just want to highlight behavioral health because it was part of the governor's proposal was the care court process. That's to help address the mentally ill as it relates to the unhoused, and that is a theme we expect to be seeing soon in 23. And then I'm going to turn it over to my coworker Carly to discuss a handful of the other bills that were of note for the city.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council members. Carly Shelby with Townsend Public Affairs. Great to be with you all this evening. We could go to the next slide. I'll kind of dive into some of the bills that the city had positions on in this past legislative session. So beginning with Assembly Bill 2011 and Senate Bill 6, these bills constituted major land use reforms throughout the state, but only if developers choose to unlock their provisions. They both give developers the opportunity to develop residential units in retail and commercial zoned parcels. But the caveat to both is that developers would need to adhere to greater affordability requirements in AB 2011 or greater labor standards in SB 6 when choosing to use one of these tools. And then also on the land use front, AB 2097 by Assemblymember Friedman prohibits public agencies from imposing or enforcing minimum parking requirements within 1.5 miles of public transit. The bill does have specific exemptions, including local governments can protest it by demonstrating that it would interfere with accessibility to the elderly or disabled, or that it would impact the agency's ability to meet its regional housing needs allocation numbers. It doesn't apply to existing parking or developments that have existing contractual agreements in place. And additionally, other exemptions include for hotels and lodging spaces along with event spaces. And then next slide, please. So there were numerous attempts throughout the legislative session to add additional Brown Act modernization reforms after the passage of AB 361 last year. One of these was Assembly Bill 1944 by Assemblymember Lee, which would have allowed for continued remote teleconferencing even after AB 361 expired, along with eliminating local disclosure requirements. Ultimately, local government committee chairs decided that this bill lacked proper guardrails to ensure that local officials would meet their constituents in person at regularly scheduled meetings, so it did not advance. Senate Bill 1100 by Senator Cortese is also in the same vein. It would authorize the presiding member of the legislative body to remove an individual for disrupting the meeting and defines disrupting for these purposes. The city supported both of these measures, and only Senate Bill 1100 passed. And the next slide, please. So Assembly Bill 2449 by Assemblymember Rubio allows members of the legislative body of a local agency to use teleconferencing without identifying each teleconference location on the notice of the agenda of the meeting, but only under very seldom circumstances. So this would include emergencies like medical or family medical emergencies, or just cause, which essentially means things like childcare needs, travel for official city business, or less acute emergency circumstances. As you all know, the governor announced that he would be ending the state of emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic on February 28th of 2023. And with that, Assembly Bill 361 provisions will expire too. However, Assembly Bill 2449 provisions will remain in place until 2026. However, there is a lot less flexibility included in that measure. And then again, with more Brown Act bills, Assembly Bill 2647 by Assemblymember Levine exempts local agencies from making materials available for public inspection if that time they distribute them to the members less than 72 hours before the meeting, but if they meet certain requirements, such as posting them online. The city supported both of these measures, and both of them passed into law, with both becoming effective in January. And the next slide, please. These were some other measures that the city took positions on. Senate Bill 960 by Senator Skinner would eliminate the requirement that a person be a U.S. citizen to be a peace officer. The city supported this. It will become effective in January. And then Senate Bill 1000 by Senator Becker would have required local law enforcement agencies to de-encrypt their radio communications to make them accessible to the public. The city did support this, but it did not advance out of one of its policy committees. And the next slide, please. Assembly Bill 1737 by Assemblymember Holden would have imposed oversight requirements on local agencies for children's camps. It went through numerous iterations of amendments, and ultimately the author decided to place it on the inactive file, so it did not progress out of the legislature. And then Assembly Bill 2259 by Assemblymember Berman would have required the Department of Social Services to establish a grant program for evidence-based models to serve foster youth with substance use disorders. The city supported this measure, but it did not advance. And the next slide, please. And this is the final bill. Assembly Bill 2181 by Assemblymember Berman would have made changes to the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority. The city opposed this, and it also did not advance. And then next slide, I will turn this over to my coworker, Nilo.
Perfect. Thanks, Carlene. To the mayor council, we'll be wrapping up soon. So looking ahead in 23, what we touched upon earlier, first of all, new class of legislators, potential changes to leadership, which would then mean changes to committee chairmanship, the beginning of a 2-year session. So there will more than likely be more bills introduced this year. There's 2 years for these bills then to move. Potential changes in the budget reserve. The governor's already hinted at that with some of the bills that he vetoed about some of the quarterly earnings are less than expected and certainly less than last year. So that's something we're keeping an eye on. And then, as I mentioned earlier, continued focus on behavioral health, housing production, and then potentially tax reform. So next slide, please. So what does this mean for the city of Palo Alto? Continuing the same legislative strategy, if that's what the council desires, which is continued strategic engagement on specific legislative priorities, proactive advocacy for funding requests, which we'll work closely with the city manager and his team on. And then, of course, opportunities for coalition building as some of these pieces of legislation become more apparent. So with that said, happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much.
And Ms. Stubb? Next slide.
Thank you. I think there's a slide. So we just building on what the work the lobbyists have described in detail. These things tend to kind of evolve through the fall in terms of their importance or the public attention on them. And there has been just in recent weeks some additional dialogue among city officials about AB 2097, which is one of the bills that Townsend discussed concerning the removal of parking requirements for many developments that are near transit. So just want to highlight that one for you. Also, there has been some discussion about a section of the law that actually dates back decades called the Builder's Remedy, which is part of the Housing Accountability Housing Accountability Act. And we've provided you some additional information about that in the belief that it might be something that the council wants to consider emphasizing for your future lobbying activity. And then the last issue is we provided you an app places about Senate Bill 1439, which I believe was not on the lobbyists highlight list there, which has become of interest in recent days, really, concerning council member participation in certain items where they have received campaign contributions over $250 in the previous 12 months. And there's a license or application proceeding before council. We wanted to alert council members and council candidates to the effect of this because the State Fair Political Practices Committee says that the staff in any case says that they propose that it applies to campaign contributions received in 2022. So during this campaign season, and it might be something that people are not generally aware of. Happy to answer any questions about these items.
And then there are a few more slides. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So looking prospectively, as Ms. Stump sort of alluded to, thinking about next year, the 2023 legislative guidelines draft was included in your packet. We inadvertently left out the change made at committee. And so I am pointing that out here, and it's also on our recommendation slide. So that change is to retitle the environment section to be climate and environment, and then to add another bullet point there, which is in green on your screen, of strengthen and modernize the state and local electric grids. This is one of the items tangentially linked to the SCAP discussion that the City Council had. The specific recommendation that you had at the SCAP discussion is included in the utilities legislative guidelines. So the Policy and Services Committee thought that it would be good to sort of pull up a level for the citywide legislative guidelines. And that's why you see this item of strengthen and modernize the state and local electric grids. There were no other proposed changes from committee and very few changes from staff for next year's legislative guidelines. Next slide, please. So then thinking about the work plan, hearing the City Council wanting to have more opportunities to engage on this topic, we're building next year's work plan to reflect that. So just briefly run through this. In the fall, we look at this last session, going through the legislative guideline process. In the winter, we are suggesting something like a legislative dinner or reception, which would allow us to have a space where the City Council can discuss our city priorities related to legislation with our state and county legislators as one possible option. And then in late February, discussion with the full council on legislation, and then later with staff and towns and public affairs, continuing to monitor bills. I should make that more general and say with our state advocates, because we are in an RFP process right now. So I'll generalize that for now. And then going into spring, a visit to Washington, D.C. was suggested by the Policy and Services Committee. Typically, that's something that's connected to the National League of Cities Conference, which is around March 23rd, 2023. So we would work with our federal advocates to organize, delegate, or some visits with our DC delegation in that regard. Around April, doing a similar type of visit to Sacramento, discussing city priorities. And then in May, a legislative update at Policy and Services Committee, and then the full council. So these recommendations in terms of timing are around the times that things are happening at each of the government levels. And lastly, summer next year, around the end of session is late summer, governor signing bills, and we have within 30 days of session ending, the governor, we can also submit more letters to the governor related to bills we're interested in Sacramento. And with that, next slide. The recommendation from staff is to provide any feedback on the previous legislative cycle, questions on all the bills that Ms. Stump and Mr. DeLuca and Ms. Shelby went through. Also to approve the 2023 legislative guidelines with the change that was talked about from Policy and Services, along with any others. And lastly, to support the tentative legislative work plan for next year with any proposed suggestions. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe go to the members of the public first. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
No, sir, there are no requests to
Okay.
speak.
So we can return to the council. Anyone want to wade in? Okay. Vice Mayor Koo.
So a question is, was the summary that was provided by Ms. Shelby, is that considered a forensic memorandum? Or is that general summary?
If I may, council member, that was more of an overview. At the end of session, we did a more detailed memo that went into a greater specificity, not only on these bills, but a handful of others.
So you said at the end of session, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. End of session, there was one that was provided?
Correct. We drafted a more detailed memo. This was just an overall summary and a PowerPoint to highlight some of the high notes.
And was AB 2097 and AB 2011 also something that was presented to Policy and Services?
There was a point in time. Yes, correct. It was. I recall one of our earlier memos touched upon AB 2097, touched upon AB 2011. Been monitoring those closely. As you know, both bills went through massive iterations throughout the legislative process. Most notably, 2097 started off somewhat innocuous and grew as we got closer. I want to say maybe in July or August.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol. You know, I look at these kind of legislation and state mandates. It does need to come to us sooner than later. I don't think we can afford to continue moving forward in the next few years when these kind of bills just come upon us at the very end, once it's gone through the legislature and approved on both sides and waiting for the governor to sign. I realize that, you know, we don't want to paper or, you know, what was construed as writing letters to show our opposition or support, considered as papering the Capitol. But I do think it's necessary that we speak our own voice. At this point, other agencies, regional agencies are speaking for us when they take a vote as a majority. It could be unanimous or not, I don't know, but they're sending in their letters on behalf of our city. And I don't think that's being responsible to our constituents, especially because they're not expecting this to happen. Again, you know, I mean, that word stewardship was very important to me because we are stewards and we should be working to safeguard this community. So I do think that we need to revisit how the strategy, you know, how we track legislation, how often we see it. I appreciate your timeline, Ms. Gaines, because I think that we do see you are bringing it forward in your timeline. I think in, where is it? February or March, I think. I lost it.
If I may, Vice Mayor Koo, while you're finding the page, and that suggestion came from Mr. DeLuca's team on, it's a date after all of the bill deadline, so we would know the breadth of bills, and around the time where it's close to the deadline where people have to amend their bills with the actual language. So we're trying to come to the city council at a time in which it's early enough for us to see the full scope of bills and hear any feedback from city council if there are additional areas you would like us to hone in on or particular bills that maybe we didn't catch ourselves. So for next year, we're really trying to be even more intentional with coming to council just so that we can have the items that we're saying we've noticed and we flagged, but we can also hear if there are any others of interest from the full city council.
Okay, and so that's the late February to come to full council is great. So I want to thank you for that and Mr. DeLuca. Then for May, when the legislative update goes to PNS, what's happening then? When do they go on break at the Capitol? Is that just before?
So if I may, And sorry, Ms. Gaines, to jump in. So here's the legislative deadlines for 23. So first, on December 5th, everyone that wins tomorrow gets sworn in for 1 day. So then they're officially your new assembly member, new senator. They go on recess and then they come back, I want to say January 3rd. Starting January 3rd, you will see a depth of bills being introduced. The bill introduction deadline is around February 18th, hence why we want to come to you in February. However, as we've seen over the years, there's a lot of things such as spot bills or intent bills, where it's a one-page bill where the legislative office just tells you what code section they're going to change. In April, whenever Easter is, around that time, they go on spring break. And then they come back, and we've got a lot of committee hearings in March and April when they come back from spring break. And then May is that first big choke point. We call that the Appropriations Committee. So any bill that's got any type of fiscal impact goes through the Appropriations Committee before they hit the House of Origin floor. Without going into too much greater detail, the Appropriations Committee, they have that one hearing called the suspense file. It's almost like an auction where they go through a tremendous amount of bills and they say they either get held in committee or they move forward. So as Ms. Gaines mentioned, making sure that P&S committee and the full council have as good a line of sight as possible. That's why we've got these dates to come present to you to give the council and the P&S committee the overall landscape of the bills as they're moving through this process.
And so May, when it's going through the Appropriations Committee, that would be the time also to opine or to provide support or opposed letters to them if we should decide to do so.
Support, oppose, depending on what the bill is and topic, suggested amendments, support with amendments, oppose unless amended. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And I would really like that we could reconsider the motion of going with strategy number 3 from previous to go back to number 1. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for all the updates. Kind of a question you may or may not be able to answer on AB 2097. But why were commercial buildings included in that bill?
Carly, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, I wrote a pretty detailed memo on it. So I'm just looking back at all of the specific exemptions that are included into it. Why were they included?
Yeah, it just seems like it's going to compete with residents trying to park on the street potentially if you're building a lot of housing. I just wondered. Yep.
Yeah, so because there are so many specific exemptions included in the measure, a lot of them are included for massive event spaces, lodging, and other low-income households that need to accommodate disability and elderly residents. I think that to your point, yes, it was unexpected, but I think that it was one of the author's ways of ensuring that the bill would do what it was intended to do, which is to decrease parking near transit. So I'm happy to look into that.
Yeah, it's okay. I was just curious if you knew some of the history there, but I think for us, thinking about where maybe commercial developments could occur, we may need to make adjustments to our residential parking permit programs. Particularly I'm thinking about old Palo Alto, which is across the tunnel from the CalAV station. Just something for staff, I think, to keep an eye on. Obviously, I think you guys heard we're interested in funding for grid modernization. If you see dollars coming down the pike for that. Nicola, I spoke to you before about funding for municipal fiber programs. I didn't really see much mention of that in the staff report. Was most of that funding for kind of disadvantaged communities or?
The fiber, council member, the fiber, first mile, last mile, all that broadband, that was a year before. So a lot of that funding, the year before was appropriated, and then the grant programs are slowly beginning to come out.
So nothing new really this session.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was where we had a massive broadband bill in the Senate and then a massive broadband bill in the Assembly. And it was towards the end of session where they kind of ensured who was going to do what and who was going to not do what. And then from that, the governor approved those bills and had the funding. Part of it was also from the federal funds too. And then they're slowly putting those grant programs out.
Are those grant programs put together yet? I mean, is there still money available?
Money's definitely available. Let me check on when the calls for projects are, unless Carly, you know offhand.
Yeah, so the climate funding package that was built upon from last year's budget includes 39 billion over 5 years. And that's for projects to mitigate wildfires, extreme heat, and then a lot of clean energy investments as well. The thing about these massive budget packages a lot of times is that it takes about 3 to 5 years to really see these dollars materialize. So when we're looking at competitive grant programs that are coming down the pipeline, I think that we can look to 2023 to really see what the landscape looks like at the time. And we are keeping really close eye on those programs and are attending preliminary workshops to kind of better understand what they are looking for in terms of eligibility criteria. But so far, there are not a lot of immediate clean energy investment and climate resiliency programs that we've seen materialize from these specific investments.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly interested in climate. And again, I don't know if municipal broadband would fall under that same umbrella or slightly different with both of those topics. I'd like to go ahead and just kind of see if we can move this along, continue the discussion, but I'd like to make the motion that we adopt the guidelines and the work plan.
Second.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just a second. I'm sorry, I didn't see you second it. So,
Councilmember Cormack seconded.
great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, again, I think these guidelines, I don't know if we made any tweaks at all, really. There's one tweak I'd like to suggest, which is under our, well, I guess there was the changes that we saw in the presentation on climate, which are included there. Under the technology topic, it says we'll support reasonable regulatory efforts surrounding policies regarding, and it has a list of things. I'd like to see if we could add municipally owned broadband to that list. So that would be under technology. And my thought is whether Palo Alto does it or not, that as a city, we should support, a city's ability to be able to innovate in this area.
Councilmember Du Bois, is it important that it be municipally owned, or could we just support, broadband for everyone widely available?
Well, private broadband's already supported. So yeah, the point of this would be regulations that would prohibit cities, regulate cities. So again, if you read the technology sentence, it's that we would support reasonable regulatory efforts surrounding policies regarding municipal fiber.
Yeah, that whole paragraph is a bit of a mishmash. Is staff okay if we just add another one to the list? Yes, I'm seeing a nod. Okay, happy to accept that.
Just to clarify though, is it just intended to say municipally owned broadband and then the rest of that clause not?
No, keeping the whole list.
Okay.
Drones.
I mean, in the motion on the screen.
Just add this. Just municipally owned broadband. is
Right.
the only thing to add, and you can delete and support the city's ability. That can go away.
Thank you.
Okay, you done speaking to your motion?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to your second?
We reviewed these at Policy and Services and was it unanimous? I'm trying to remember. Seems like a long time ago. There's not a lot of change that the council has made in terms of policies. They seem well aligned.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I absolutely support this motion. Don't have much to add there. One thing I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to, because it really struck me at Policy and Services, on slide 5, the $2 billion for housing investment. And that kind of struck me. And I asked Mr. DeLuca to get clarification on that, because that struck me as a very low number, especially given our total budget this year was $307.9 billion, $100 billion surplus, $49 billion for discretionary use. And so that $2 billion, I asked Mr. DeLuca what did that go towards? And he said that was all the funding that the state was given and half to actual affordable housing construction. And that was half of that went to affordable housing construction. The other half went to homeless services. So $2 billion out of $307 billion, that's like 0.006% of the state budget. And so I just found that to be pretty absurd, and just kind of wanted to point that out. Yeah, I think Sacramento does a lot of talk when it comes to affordable housing construction, by clearly not putting their money where their mouth is here. And I think where we spend our money reflects our true values, and the state just continues to push for deregulation and not actually providing the funding for us to be able to hit those RHNA targets. So I want to point that out and hope in the next legislative cycle that we can continue to push for actual funding for these affordable housing projects that we so desperately need. Thank you.
Well, I have a couple questions, but first to follow on comment to Councilmember Stone, it's not only that the legislature is not putting up the funding that's needed for affordable housing, but they are coupling that with a mandate that basically says that if cities don't build huge amounts of affordable housing, in our case, over 40% of the 6,000 units would be low or very low income, and another more than 1,000 would be moderate income requiring subsidies, that we would lose most of our local control over local democratic land use policies. And so it's basically setting up a process that appears to be failure by design, and not inadvertently, but it really appears that it is by design that this outcome will happen. I did have a couple other questions on SB 6, which allows housing on any parcel zoned for office or retail, as long as the developers use skilled and trained workforces. Are there any constraints that say that what's the zoning that would go along with that? So are they the FARs and the density? How would that apply? It's presumably not infinite density of housing.
Yeah, so I can help with that. So SB 6 is unlike AB 2011 in that it's not by right developments, it's an allowable use. And that means that the local jurisdiction would have additional authority over how big the development would be and where it would be, essentially. So long as the developer adhered to those increased labor standards. So as to where the project location could be and its density, it could be anywhere where office, retail, or parking are a principally permitted use. And it could be anywhere within an urbanized cluster And then the development site must be less than 20 acres. There's not a lot of guidance there. And the allowable use standard would allow the city to have additional say over how large and dense the project would be.
Good. And then on AB 2097, in addition to the concern that this applies to commercial development and not merely residential, first I'll say that I heard Assembly Member Friedman speak at the California Cities Conference in Sacramento a few months ago, and she was quite clear that she is focused on legislation that would really severely restrict automobile use and parking in wherever possible. And this seems very consistent with that approach. But the other thing that I had not appreciated about it is is it correct that it applies to not just new development, but existing development? So that if we have a change in use, for instance, right now in our retail areas, when we have a change in use to a restaurant that currently has a higher parking requirement than other retail uses, would this prohibit us from imposing any parking requirements on those developments?
So Assembly Bill 2097 does not apply to existing residential or commercial parking with 1/2 mile of public transit. It also does not apply to existing plans or contractual agreements that have been executed prior to January 1st of 2023 that would include parking requirements for specific developments along these corridors. It would only be applied to new developments. But again, the definition of transit and these kind of rail or bus corridors by which this zone would be extended to are larger than I think what most would interpret as a major transit stop.
Okay. And then next, when we had our update on our climate plan, we had a council direction to include as a legislative priority electrification workforce. Is that included in our priorities? Yes.
I think Ms. Cotton Gaines mentioned that earlier. It's in the utilities guidelines, I think.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Sorry. Yeah. And then we have this recent issue of SB 1439, and our city attorney provided us a memo at Places. And one aspect of that really caught my eye is whether it would apply to residents who make a donation to a local campaign of $250 or more, and that then any subsequent project that would be within presumably the standard definition of distance from that resident as an affected party, it would potentially make a new council member conflicted on being able to participate in a decision on a project within a specific distance of anyone who donated $250 or more. Is that correct?
So it depends. There is another factor in there, which is, what I called out that circumstance because it seems the most likely that could occur. But what the law says is it applies to not just project proponents or owners, but participants, which does include under the law, a person who has any of the financial interests that are defined in the Political Reform Act, and there are 7 categories of them. You all have gotten training on this under AB 1234, and no doubt you do not remember all of the 7. The law is very complex. One of them is real property interests. And so that would involve ownership that is quite proximate to. So within 500 feet, presumptively or possibly, depending on if the factors are met, 500 to 1,000 feet. And then there's a knew or should have known. So this would be a person who also is involved in the decision in that they have advocated to the city by speaking publicly to the council. Doesn't take much, or writing a letter. And then it's knew or should have known that the project is pending and that the involvement was there. So there's a couple of factors there that would need to be met.
So to try to put that in simpler language, is it that if a donor of $250 or more either owns real property or advocates on a project that is within the specified, they own real property within the specified distance or advocate on the project at all?
It's both own real property and advocate on a project.
Okay, so if they own real property and they advocate, then that council member is potentially conflicted.
Potentially, yes.
So if we did a heat map of donations of $250 or more, I would say that a good portion of the city would be ruled out for incoming council candidates if those donors participated within that distance. So you'd cover a lot of the city.
We are concerned about the potential breadth of it.
Yeah, but I want to make sure we get out clearly what that implication is, because I think you're explaining it in as accurately as you can legally, and I don't think that's getting out there to the average citizen in that language.
Please add your voice.
Pardon me?
Add your voice, and we can continue to push out communication on it. The FPPC has not endorsed. This is a staff recommendation that was published last Thursday evening. The FPPC will meet on the 17th of November, and they may not adopt the staff recommendation.
So this was a FPPC staff recommendation to the FPPC.
Yes.
Yeah. So I doubt that our legislators who voted on this understood that implication, but I don't know. We'll have to find out. Lastly, on the builder's remedy, and this is another one that I think the public really needs to understand what this is about. It's been in the press statewide, but not everybody reads this stuff. And it basically, for Southern California, that is a year ahead of Northern California on their housing element approvals. The interpretation of state law is claiming that if a city has not had a housing development certified, then developers potentially have free reign, and that there is no zoning that would apply and no restrictions under that circumstance. And City Attorney Stump, is it true that city attorneys are looking at whether there's a potential for cities to self-certify as being substantially conformant, and therefore in the interim period they are not exposed, but that's yet to be determined?
So I would put it slightly differently, which is that what the law requires is that the city adopt a compliant housing element, and compliant means compliant with the statute passed by the state legislature. Now, HCD is in the business of certifying compliance, but the certification is not technically required here. So there is a possibility that a city will take the position that it has adopted. You all have adopted a housing element that complies with the legal standards in the law. HCD may still be asking for more in a couple of areas. And so then we expect this could be one of many questions that would ultimately be determined by a court as to whether if a city took the position under those circumstances that they had a compliant housing element, it would be a court that would look at whether that city's housing element met the legal standards, even while the city might be continuing to have back and forth with HCD to reach also HCD certification.
But is it correct to say that as of right now, it's an open question whether developers would have unrestrained rights to have approvals for projects that are completely outside of local zoning, as was proposed already, submitted in Santa Monica, a developer that made a proposal that was, I don't know, more than 5 times the zoning allowance.
Right.
And
one of the reference materials in the many things that you have gotten in the last few weeks is a somewhat academic piece written by Professor Almendorf, where he raises as an ambiguity in the law the degree to which a developer could deviate from local standards. And so he talks about that as an open question that will likely be determined in court.
okay, thank you. And I'll just mention that I had asked Senator Becker whether the legislators were attuned to this issue, and the answer was they're very much so. There's a great deal of attention being paid to what's happening on the leading edge in Santa Monica. I don't know if our lobbyists have any additional insights on any of this.
Carly, feel free to jump in. The Honorable Mayor, I mean, definitely hearing a lot of discussion about it. What's happened in Santa Monica has obviously triggered a lot of attention to it. Certainly, SCAG in Southern California are definitely ahead of the Bay Area and ABAG when it comes to housing elements. We spoke to Ms. Gaines about this recently, and Carly and I headed over to the Capitol to see what intel we could get. Nothing substantial right now, but also keep in mind the focus right now isn't on legislation. It's more getting through the election before people start hounding out their bill package. But it's certainly something that we want to follow up with the senator's office and the assembly member's office. And then Carly, please add more too.
Yeah, I mean, so to echo Ms. Stump's points, the most reasonable answer as to why this hasn't been litigated or brought up since it was codified into law in 1990 was because the language is so poorly drafted and confusing that I think a lot of developers are unwilling to chance it in court. There is an opportunity for the Attorney General and HCD to draft a joint guidance memo, which would offer additional interpretation advice and would also kind of lead us to believe that the Attorney General would be willing to defend it in court. My guess is that given that the attention that this has received in recent months, we may expect language and legislation that seeks to clarify the competing provisions within the language of the bill. So that is entirely possible. But I think that what we're seeing right now is such an anomaly because there are so many jurisdictions throughout the state that are out of compliance with their housing element that this may be solved in the courts. So we will definitely keep you all updated if we see any bills crop up that seek to address this issue in 2023.
Okay, thank you. And on that note, I don't see any other lights, so I think we can call the roll.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Corback,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yep.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes this item. And that leaves us with our final item of council member questions, comments, and announcements. And
I have a question.
yes, go right ahead.
Could the ad hoc give us a quick update on the status of the Roth lease It's been, I think, over a year since we've asked for it to get done quickly. So where are we in the process?
I don't know whether staff wants to answer that, or should I give my best answer?
Certainly
I was
as
hoping-
ad hoc, feel free.
Well, I will say that the number of issues was very extensive, many more than I think the museum had anticipated, and probably more than staff had anticipated. They've been narrowed a great degree. We've been having, probably for the last 2 months, weekly meetings, and there are a couple of outstanding issues and some new ones that have just recently come up that are substantive and need to be resolved. So staff has been still trying to race with the museum to get this to the council in the next weeks, but I don't know for sure that's going to happen.
So there's no estimated completion date at this point?
Well, I gave you an estimate in essence, but we're still attempting to get it to the council within weeks, but there's uncertainty. So it's estimate without certainty.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, anything to add?
Is Ms. Nazay on? City manager?
I believe she's listening in, but I'm not sure. Councilmember, would you like something more substantive? I think the mayor described it pretty accurately. I would only add that it may depend on how the museum comes back with respect to the outstanding issues. The hope of staff has been to be able to agendize an item for consent approval. And as such, if the issues are substantive, then that makes it unlikely.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Okay. And then a couple of updates that I'll just provide. One is that at the last VTA board meeting, we had the report from the peer review committee that the board had requested do a review of the boring method for the BART to downtown San Jose section of the tunneling. And I think that there was a strong sense of disappointment at the depth of the report that was provided to the VTA board itself. We are yet to see, that was a oral presentation, and we're yet to see the full written presentation, but there were aspects that the peer review committee didn't address, and background documents that were relevant that they weren't familiar with. And I was among several board members who was disappointed with what we hoped was going to be a more substantive presentation, and hopefully we'll get greater substance in the actual written report. And then lastly, this last week, I spent 3 days attending the Stanford Global Energy Conference, which was really a outstanding conference covering great number of energy and climate related topics. I'd say that some of the most relevant things to us were that some of the things that we came to learn over the last year, which we weren't hearing as kind of conventional wisdom at the time that they were becoming apparent to us, were very much front and center at the conference. And it seems that kind of the whole awareness of emerging trends is coming to the forefront of how the grid system and buildings are going to be moving into smart systems that manage energy efficiently and can balance different supply sources and different demands on them. And in particular, there's a great deal of focus on how the future of EVs has to be incorporated in that smart system so that it goes from creating stresses on the system to actually being a basis for stability of the system. And for, at the same time, for reducing the cost of charging and making the charging of those vehicles, which is a huge percentage of all of our electricity use, make sure that that is done also primarily when we're producing cheap renewables, which is predominantly during the day today. They also provided a lot of information on future directions of energy generation and a really exciting set of major developments that we're liable to see in the coming years starting to come online, and a great cause for real optimism based upon new forms of renewable energy and lower costs on the horizon. So that's the optimistic side, but great challenges ahead. And I think that covers it. Thank you. And on that note, the meeting is adjourned.